cloudy health. I've been into preventative medicine all my life. You could say it has been one of my major cornerstones in my life. My philosophy has always been this is the only body you get. Granted, you may have been here thousands of years, yet here we are in this particular human body. Ever since I was 18 years old, my take on the drug industry is in the following words. Why do we take medicine if they have such harmful side effects? My wife Barbara has a friend who went to the doctor. They prescribed some medicine. This medicine gave her extreme side effects, so they gave her some medicine to combat those effects. To make a long story short, in 1 year, she was on 20 meds. No, this is my perspective. I may be completely wrong. I don't think so. Can you imagine the body trying to figure out how to handle 20 different powerful chemicals in the body? The body's natural state of healing is knocked off of balance. Furthermore, most humans never stop and consider maybe their lifestyle has something to do with them being sick. Most humans aren't aware of the mind, body, and soul connection. We have a tendency to say, it won't happen to me. Look, I'm not saying don't enjoy your life. I'm just saying discover the power that is keeping you alive. Think outside of your little box. Did you know that modern-day scientists can see disease in your energy field before it manifests in your body? Just think about that. A whole brand new field of medicine is coming our way. It's called energetic medicine. The principle is a person can learn to harmonize disease in their energetic field and thereby erase the disease. Dr. Joe Dispenza and Bruce Lipton are one of the pioneers behind this. I wrote a few months back that your body is a precious drugstore. Your lifestyle, thoughts, and actions dictates the kinds of drugs that get administered into your body. For most of humanity, they are ignorant of this fact. We just go on our merry way. We don't even realize that we are actually responsible for our health and well-being. Granted, this takes practice. You have to be aware, which, mind you, is not a bad thing. Our subconscious is running the show. We are truly living in the past. We are like leaves blowing in the wind. We are scattered. You may say, how dare you say that? I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm just saying, maybe we can advance to the next level in life. Life is a series of lessons. We grow by taking 2 steps forward and 1 step backwards. We're all in the same boat, sailing in this galaxy. No one is better or worse than another. Each of us learn and has particular lessons on this journey in life. All we are saying is you can learn to start thinking outside of your box. You can learn how to be in harmony with your mind, body, and soul. You can learn how to take practical steps to become more aware and conscious. You can learn to smile in adversity. You can eliminate anger. It's funny. When someone does you wrong, your emotional state is anger. Over 1,500 negative chemicals get flooded into your bloodstream. Your brain state is in high beta. You're literally drinking your own poison. Mind you, nothing happens to the other person. You're drinking it all in. I find that quite fascinating. Imagine in the Far East, they have known this for thousands of years. Yet in the West, this notion has been only around for 30 years or so. We are behind the times. At the same time, incredible new ways of self-discovery is ahead of us. Note, this is not a religion. The quantum field exists whether we believe in it or not. This is your true nature. This is where you came from. This is where you will go when you die. The whole universe evolves. It does not exist in a static state. Unfortunately, most humans don't like change. We love where we're at, even if it causes pain and suffering. That's kind of sad. Imagine if the world would focus on creating kindness, love, patience, and tolerance in each and every moment. Imagine if we can control our actions. I have friends who love to flame major political groups on purpose. They really get a kick on making people get upset and angry. How would the world be if we posted unity instead? Imagine if each one of us helped mankind to reach a higher level in life. That would be something. A brand new way of being is on the horizon. The sun is about to shine. Did you know the more light one discovers inside of them, disease can't exist there? Modern day disease is caused by stress and our current state of mind and emotions. We are not conscious and aware. We have forgotten our true nature. Ponder this over. Where do you lie in this picture? Dialogue versus flaming. Dialogue in the Buddhist tradition is the art of communicating at its highest level. It is truly speaking from wisdom and bringing love and compassion to the forefront. The person who speaks knows how to truly listen. There is an art form to this. Years of practice allows the person slowly to be melted in universal love and compassion. True wisdom springs forth in this manner. Christ and Buddha were prime examples of this. They discovered the jewel within and knew how to communicate to all who they came upon. They never put down or ridiculed anyone. They could see the unity of all life. Just imagine that state of existence lies inside of you. You are the universe. You just don't know it. Today we are turned upside down from our true existence. We have leaders that will mock and criticize anyone. As a nation, we are truly divided. Both sides flame each other. Many of my friends love to taunt each other. They get a big kick out of this. We love to see the other side to get hurt and angry. We have lost the sense of human dignity. Many people think that human dignity is for the weak. Recently, someone added an extra sentence to the words of the Statue of Liberty. Give me your tired, your poor, who can stand on their own 2 feet. Well, how far down the ladder of life have we come? It's so easy to flame someone. Anybody can do that. But to be patient and tolerant is another story altogether. This, mind you, is very difficult. It takes constant practice. You will fall down many times attempting to do this. It means to master your mind. Did you know that mastering your mind is the most difficult thing to do in the universe? If you can master your mind, you can master your emotions. Both of them are in complete unity with each other. An angry man will have angry thoughts. An angry man will put gasoline on the fire of life. One who knows his true nature will simply smile in the face of adversity. They can see the unity of all life. They can see the pain and suffering between those who display anger. They know how to put water on the bonfire. This is your true nature. You are a precious piece of the puzzle. Can you imagine how incredible your life would be if you lived in this precious state? Your family would truly appreciate it. Your friends would love to be around you. You can melt the ice inside and bring warmth to this world. The decision is up to you. Do you like the state of affairs in the world today? If you do, carry on the same ways. Mind you, the world's problems will get worse. Fighting and bickering will get worse. The world changes when you change. It is as simple as that. The quantum field. I find it quite ironic that the quantum field is all around us, yet we are completely ignorant of it. Kabir, a famous mystic, once said that how can a fish be thirsty with water all around, yet he doesn't drink the water? I like that phrase. Man is thirsty to discover his true nature. Water is all around, yet we don't have the eyes to see. Consequently, our mind and body is cloudy. Even if the cloud contains water, we can't drink from them. Mystics have been talking about this for thousands of years. They may have different ways of saying it, but the essence is the same. We are at the forefront of discovering our true nature. Science and mystics are talking about the same thing. I find it fascinating that the thoughts you think create your mental state and emotional state. I find it fascinating that the mind and body are the same. You can't separate the two. Science is discovering this. What the mystics have been talking about to control your mind and emotions have an incredible effect of discovering your true nature. Mystics have known for thousands of years to silence the mind. They know through silence the doors of perception open up, and one discovers the jewel within. They know the most difficult thing in the universe is to control and master your mind. Your mind is your best friend. It just needs proper training. Man trains dogs to be social. We need the same training. Look at the world today, and you will see what I mean. Today's scientists are seeing the effects on meditation upon our different states of consciousness. So many people today are living in a high beta state of awareness. Know that your mind, know this, your mind, that's not a good thing. Imagine high beta is a state where stress hormones are flowing constantly. It's like a faucet that can't turn itself off. It literally is a flood of stress chemicals. This is harmful to your mind, body, and emotions. In this state of survival, you are totally distant to discover your true nature. In this survival mode, one can't focus on one's true nature. It is something that would never come into your mind. You see, your current mind state directs only thoughts at the level you are. It's much like a tuning fork. A tuning fork only vibrates at the frequency what's around it. Bruce Lipton, the father of epigenetics, discovered that our environment is the major factor in controlling our genes. Your DNA is only responsible for only 5% of your future destiny. 95% is your environment. What does this mean? We never learned this in school. Your thoughts, emotions, and actions control your destiny. 95% of your actions, thoughts, stem from your subconscious. Your subconscious is literally driving your show. Modern day scientists are discovering new ways to reprogram the subconscious. Mystics and scientists are merging and using tools from both sides of the aisle. These are exciting times. Never before has humanity been provided the tools in such a wide way. Through the internet, millions of people are waking up. Mind you, it's 2 steps forward and 1 step backwards. This is how the universe evolves. You have the same golden opportunity. Remember, all raindrops eventually return to the ocean of life. Chakras. What's the first thing that comes to your mind when I say chakras? For most people, they conjure up images of something strange, something weird. Most people might say, woo woo, and make a laughing gesture. Hollywood would mock it and make it look so ridiculous. Only fools would pay attention to your chakras. I find this highly amusing. Can you imagine? The chakra system is used to open up doors within to the quantum field. When I say you are the universe, you just don't know it. I truly mean it. Did you know that the quantum field totally supports you, yet we are totally unaware? Did you know those loved ones who have passed just moved into the next room in the mansion of life? We mourn death because we only focus on the external. We have no idea how incredible each one of us are. The power that created the universe is the same power that created you. The chakras are a divine system where the quantum lives inside of you. It's only by your will alone that you can open up. Nobody can do it for you. You have a car sitting in your garage gathering dust. It is meant to be driven. Imagine inside of you lies the greatest pharmacy on this planet. There are literally infinite number of chemicals that exist inside of you. Yet we go to doctors who prescribe medicine that have extreme side effects. I just saw an article where over 300,000 people die a year for the meds they are taking. As I said many times, our mind is like a tuning fork. It vibrates at the level that we think at our emotional level. We must learn to think outside of the box. My question is, are you satisfied with the current medical system? It works perfectly if you get into a car accident. They can truly patch you up. Yet, our entire healthcare system is based upon drugs that have extreme side effects. Recently, I saw an article from a CEO who explained, we are in the market to make money. This is our first priority. We can jack up the prices anytime. We are in the business for our shareholders, not for the sick person. End of story. Look, I'm not saying don't go to the doctors. I'm just saying, if you don't pay attention to your health, sickness will pay attention to you. The chakra system has been known for over 5,000 years in the East. It has been part of your lives for thousands of years. In the West, it is still unknown and considered weird. Yet, when I started practicing yoga in 1971, yoga was something that you shouldn't touch. It was strange and weird. I first learned yoga at my high school. We had a 6-week elective class. How we got that class, I never knew. It was perfect timing for me, and I run with it for the rest of my life. Did you know that behind the endocrine system lies the chakra system? Did you know that disease first manifests into your chakra system well before your body? If this is the case, wouldn't it be wise to know how to dispel the disease before it hits your body? Did you know that by paying attention daily to your chakra systems, you're opening the door to the quantum field? Did you know in the quantum field, disease does not exist? Did you know your thoughts and emotion create the majority of your diseases? It seems to me that a good house cleaning is in order. We clean our house and cars. Many people put more attention to their cars than to their bodies. I've said before that once I had a job writing software for heart surgeons. It was a step-by-step checklist for a heart procedure. I asked the owner of the company why preventative medicine isn't the main priority. He said Americans would never do that. They don't want to take responsibility. That's why they go to doctors. Anyway, this life is precious. There are signs of the quantum field everywhere, including inside of you. Start to pay attention to your chakras. The mind of God. We really have a hard time to imagine the mind of God. Yet, here goes. Imagine a mind that doesn't judge or criticize you. God will never mock you or make fun of your differences. God does not get angry. Humans do that quite well. There's no angry God in heaven who would judge you. Humans on earth do that quite well. Talk to either side of the political spectrum and you'll see ample evidence for that. The mind of God contains pure love. It contains a type of love that nothing can affect it or damage it. You could say the entire universe foundation is love. Yet for most of humanity, it lies hidden inside of us. This is our true nature. The mind of God is in all life, both physical and non-physical. It lies in all universes. It lies in all dimensions. It lives in time and space and beyond time and space. I remember when I was a kid, I contemplated the idea of something that is infinite. My mind got short-circuited. It couldn't even imagine such a thing. Fast forward 48 years, and I love to contemplate on such matters. Mystics have talked about the mind of God for thousands of years. Imagine if you could grasp just one single grain of sand from the mind of God. Well, you can. The precious jewel lies inside of you. You are a piece of the puzzle called life. Imagine you came from God. You will return to God. Yet while on earth we get caught up into this world, we forget our true nature. In fact, we get so caught up into the material, God is just a concept, not a reality. Look at the world today. It is in chaos. People are totally stressed out. Every day on the news, painful and stressful situations are displayed. Our politics is full of anger, people mocking each other. It seems like we are going down the ladder instead of climbing the ladder of life. Yet the answer lies inside of us. It has always been there all the time. We have been looking in the wrong direction. Yes, it takes the same amount of effort climbing up or down the ladder of life, yet going up and down as its own unique circumstances. For thousands of years, mankind has been fighting. Mind you, it has never solved anything. We still are fighting Afghanistan 18 years later with no end in sight. Imagine there are billions of people waking up from their slumber and are actually climbing up the ladder of life. They are taking responsibility for their actions. They are working on the inner garden. They are learning how to monitor their thoughts and actions. They are understanding that kindness is the most powerful force in the universe. They can smile in chaos. Life is a blessing, not a curse. One becomes a friend of the mind instead of the mind is the enemy. They love to enter the world of silence. They become patient and wise. This is your true nature. Both science and the mystics are both talking about the same thing. There's an incredible bridge between the two. We are at the forefront of tremendous awareness of the quantum field. Just you wait and see. Millions of people are discovering their true nature. Silence. Many times, I think life is like a video game. We start at its lowest level and work our way up to higher levels. It's much like the movie Matrix, where we think we are free, yet we are trapped. Mankind has been living in a box for thousands of years. We have remained chained to our cloudy mind. We've been at war for ever so long. Look at politics today. We are sailing a ship without a rudder. Need I say more? The last 25 plus years brought cell phone technology to the world. Yes, it is an incredible device. In my personal view, it has added one extra layer between us and the quantum field. How many people are constantly gazing at their cell phones? Go to restaurants and entire families are focused on their phones. The inventors even admit they are made to be addicting so they can make more money. What is the way out of this mess? Many people's mind state is in high beta, which means the faucet of negative adrenaline is constantly turned on. How do you turn it on? We as a society have lost our ways and don't even know it. We see the craziness of this world and think it's normal. For thousands of years, the wise ones have said that silence is golden. Most of the time, this has fallen upon deaf ears. Yet through silence, one begins to get in contact with the quantum field. This is your true nature. Silence is the doorway to discover your true nature. We are living in incredible times. Science and mystics are both talking about the same thing. Many incredible breakthroughs are coming to light. Science is discovering the practical mechanics to discover our true nature. Our human body is hardwired and has the incredible software to be with the quantum field. Millions of people are waking up from their slumber. We have gone light years since the early 70s. Thousands of scientific journals have been writing on the benefits of meditation and silence. There will come a time when the state of silence will be the norm in our society. I'm not saying that people won't talk. I'm saying that the cloudy mind will once be a thing of the past. Granted, it will take years. Who knows, it may take thousands of years or a million years. The snowball is riding down the mountain. All the wisdom is being shared throughout the world. Mankind is being provided practical tools to discover themselves. Mankind is rising to higher levels in the video game of life. It seems like total chaos is all around, yet darkness has nowhere to hide. The sun is appearing on the horizon. It's a new dawn for humanity. Only you can solve this puzzle. Cultivating the mind. Ever since the Buddha and before, the concept of cultivating the mind has been a part of Eastern culture. In the West, this thinking just got started in the late to early 70s. In my eyes, Buddha was one of the first psychologists. He really had a great understanding of the mechanics of the mind. Many principles are totally alive today. One of these is cultivating the mind. Imagine having a garden. If you want to have a garden that has an incredible harvest, you must take care of the garden. It takes effort to remove the huge boulders. You must pull the weeds. The soil must be just right. One must water the garden. Seeds must be planted at a certain time. It takes time and patience. On the other hand, one can totally neglect the garden and not do a thing. Currently, this is the state of the world today. I have some friends who ask me, "Why do you talk about a garden? What garden inside? I don't know what you're talking about." I don't have to say that the world seems to be like a ship without a rudder. Common sense is uncommon. Burning down the Amazon is solving the branch we are sitting on. 20% of our oxygen is derived from the Amazon. We are removing a part of our own lungs. What kind of mentality do our politicians have? Cultivating the garden means to remove the boulders of traumas that we have been holding on to in our entire life. Each one of us has experienced traumas. These traumas are stored in our subconscious mind and in our bodies. Remember, the mind and body aren't separate. These traumas must be dealt with. These boulders can be removed. It goes with pulling the weeds. A wise person will always monitor his mind, thoughts, and actions. He will not tweet what comes to his mind at 3 o'clock in the morning. One is wise who doesn't react like leaves blowing in the wind. One understands that one can live in the center of the hurricane and absolute peace lies there. One can see the chaos of the world and just smile. Yes, this takes time, patience, and effort. Currently, the majority of mankind is completely oblivious on cultivating the inner garden. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in our current position today. This is the video game of life. Currently, the world is at its lowest level. Chaos is all around. Common sense is uncommon. People are divided, are totally angry at each other. In America, we can't stand each other. We mock and criticize each other. We are no longer tolerant and have patience with each other. Remember, this is a state of mind. Your body will revolt against you. Your mind will revolt against you. You are drinking your own poison. Buddha said this so eloquently thousands of years ago. Holding on to anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. We do this every day. Our media loves to display any sorts of negativity. We flame each other on Facebook. In order to first recognize that we have a problem, we must first see that the world is a reflection of our mind, thoughts, and actions. Currently, we don't see that. Currently, the other person is to blame. All sides of the political aisle believe they are totally right and the other side must change. Nobody wants to take responsibility for their mind, thoughts, and actions. So chaos increases in this world. Lately, it seems to me that it's speeded up. I watched the news a few days ago, and just one day about 6 major issues occurred, which would have been mind-blowing a few years back. They were gone from our mindset in a few minutes. In the past, discussions would take place and hearings would have been made. Yet, today, we are bombarded with totally bizarre and immoral and unkind acts. It's up for us to change. If we want peace on earth, start with yourself. If you are a Christian, lead the kind of life Christ would be proud of. If you're a Muslim, lead a life Muhammad would be proud of. Whatever religion you have, strive to live like the golden principles of your book. If you don't believe in God, be a kind and decent person. Remember, only you can tend your garden. Nobody will do it for you. God will not pull your weeds. You must pull them yourself. He is sitting on the sideline coaching you. He won't play the game for you. Remember, this is the ultimate game. The goal is to discover your true nature. This is the ultimate hide-and-seek game. Ego versus humility. When I was young, I loved to play sports. I loved to play baseball. Mind you, I was probably your average ball player. My brother was an incredible ball player. He was an incredible pitcher and hitter. Most of his games were no-hitters. A close friend of mine, who was also an incredible pitcher, told me a few years back that if my brother continued playing, he could have made the majors. I still remember as a young boy in fifth grade battling against an incredible pitcher. His name was Lee Heyman. By the way, I needed glasses but didn't know it at the time. That's another story. I couldn't even see the ball. Why am I telling you this story? We were taught that our actions speak louder than words. We were taught to play our best. We were taught to have humility. We were taught to be great sportsmen. I never remember taunting coming from our opponents. Even young kids had respect for all that played. I fondly remember the pickup games that we had. We played for the fun of it and had a great time. It didn't care if you won or lost. Tomorrow was another day. To be honest, I often wondered what happened to this. Today, when a team scores a touchdown, the player will hold the ball up in the air and taunt his opponents. He will mock them and make fun of them. Truly, his ego is out of control. He makes more money in a year than the average American will make in a lifetime. When I was young, we would look up to famous sports figures. Most of them tried the best they can to be good role models. I'm not saying that this doesn't happen today. Many famous people keep the dream alive. Unfortunately, there are some bad apples out there today. I feel the coaches and team owners are ultimately responsible. They need to cultivate humility. To be honest, maybe the coaches and team owners love the taunting and mocking. It brings more thrills to the sports. Maybe they wish they were gladiators and could fight for death. Professional sports is totally a part of the mindset in America. It has always been that way. Maybe I'm wrong, but before the 70s, there was a higher standard of morals and ethics in playing the game. Most American loves their home teams and would never mock the opposing team. Look at our politics today. We have gone to a dangerous extreme. Both sides can't talk to one another. Both sides mock and taunt each other. We, as a nation, are divided. Our media plays into this. Our media, both left and right, should talk about ways to unite us. After all, we are all Americans. Our media should unite us, not divide us. Granted, this is not good for their financial benefit and advertisers. Let's be honest, placing gasoline on the fire sells. When people get all fired up with anger, they can't think properly. So many of my friends spew such hate and anger towards their fellow man. Our media on both sides eat it up. They have no intentions to unite us. Both sides think they are totally right and the other side is evil. Personally, I think we need to discover humility, kindness, patience, and tolerance. This is our true nature. The world will never solve the huge problems with negative attitudes. We can be a big bully in the world, yet our great friends will soon leave us and not trust us. The world is a great community. Being a bully is not tolerated in our society today, yet it is rampant today. How many innocent teenagers commit suicide because of bullies? To be honest, many of our close allies think we are bullies. This is not a way to show the world that we are leaders. The United States used to be a shining light to this world. Somehow, the dimmer switch has been turned on. Our light is getting dimmer in the world's eyes. How can we fix this problem? The only way is for you to change yourself. The world can't be peaceful if you're not. Ponder this over. It all starts with you. Think outside of the box. Personally, I think that humanity needs to think outside of the box. Both the Indian concept of karma and the works of Carl Sagan studied the subconscious mind are in alignment. Modern-day scientists are saying the same thing. Mankind is playing the same tapes over and over again. History goes in cycles. War, war, and war. We've been fighting for ever so long. We are running on a treadmill and going nowhere. Karma is running our life in the past, not the present. Imagine 95% of our actions are dictated by our subconscious, yet we are not aware of it. This has been going on for thousands of years. It is literally hardwired into our system. Karma is displayed in each and every action we take. It does not judge us. It's simply like a hard drive, storing all our subconscious memories. You can't separate your thoughts and emotions. Both of them are intertwined. Karma is simply playing the same tapes over and over again. It is not the universe playing some joke on you, yet it is you playing the joke on yourself. The universe does not judge. we do a great job of judging ourselves and others. Thinking outside of the box is the answer to life. In order to start thinking outside the box, one must see that life is a series of cycles and patterns. It's like Groundhog Day, yet the cycles are longer. Many people who study the past can predict the future based upon our past actions. History repeats itself. We spend most of our time oblivious to this. In the East, this concept has been known for thousands of years. It is a part of their culture. And even still, it's at a subconscious level. It is not truly realized. At this present moment, only a small portion of humanity is discovering their true nature and thinking outside of the box. As I said before, mystics and modern-day scientists are emerging today. So many incredible discoveries are happening. Scientists are studying the scientific aspects of meditation. Just think, in the 70s, a brainwave capturing device cost about $20,000. Today, it costs in the $150 to a $250 range. These devices have many different types of guided meditations to assist you on your way. Many of them use binary beats, which Robert Monroe discovered in the mid-50s. Binary beats are two different signals, one going into the left ear and the other going into the right ear. Both of these create a wave which creates synchronicity between the left and right hemisphere. They are great training wheels for beginners. It's being used in all levels of life. It makes the journey a lot easier. Scientists have mapped out the various brainwave states. The goal is to be consciously aware of the quantum field in each and every moment. These devices are stepping stones to be used. For thousands of years, people use fire, chanting, and doing mantras to get into this state. Science is helping to bridge that gap. There are countless methods out there to assist you in reprogramming your subconscious. These are exciting times. Mankind is slowly learning to think outside of the box. Remember, only you can change. Nobody can do the work for you.
Recently, I read an incredible article which describes the nature of consciousness. It was talking about a term called panpsychism. During the 1920s, Bertrand Russell came up with this term. It's kind of like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? What comes first, a human body or mind? Or is there awareness beyond that? Is the universe aware and consciousness? Is there a conscious quantum soup of consciousness? Does a rock or a flower aware? Does consciousness require a form? How big or how small can the form be to be aware? Is dark matter aware? Is the sun in the sky aware? What denotes awareness? Some people think, which I also do, that the foundation of the universe is consciousness. The entire universe is aware. Before the Big Bang, consciousness existed. This is not the first time a universe was created, nor will be the last time. Like the incoming of breath and the outflow of breath, the universe comes and goes. Granted, it takes billions of years, but still, that is a blink of an eye for eternity. In this article, they describe that even particles are alive and aware. These are part of a cosmic soup where everything is tied together. The entire universe is comprised of this soup. Imagine making a homemade soup. You blend it all together and combine milk or cream. Your family loves it. Now you can't take out a single ingredient. You can't. In the same way, there is a universal soup of consciousness which we are part of. It is quantum. It is beyond time and space. We always think in linear fashion. In the quantum world, the past, present, and future are melded together. There is a whole set of chaotic laws that we can't even conceive. Man thinks that by using logic that they can understand the quantum soup, but it's beyond logic and rational thinking. Personally, I think the great mystics got a piece of the puzzle. Not the entire puzzle, but a piece of the puzzle contains the whole puzzle. It's like a hologram. A small piece contains the entire piece of the puzzle. What if a person who meditates can be in a place where they are receptive to the inner light inside? Imagine this light is the same light as the quantum universe. Everything is a part of this light. E equals mc squared. Everything is energy and light. Everything is alive and aware. Maybe, just maybe, a meditator can see and feel the quantumness of the universe. Maybe the laboratory of life exists inside of us. Maybe we are created to find and discover this inside of ourselves. Personally, I think we're in the beginning stages of development. While we still are babies in emotional development, we still fight and war with each other. We use our precious discoveries of the universe to make atomic bombs. We have a president who tweets, "My button is bigger than your button." A thin thread is holding a knife over our heads, and we are oblivious to it. I have great hope for the future. I feel that scientists in the world inside will lead the way for humanity. Just think, when a scientist truly begins to open the door inside, they will begin to operate at a deeper level. They can embark on the scientific discoveries of the inner and the outer. Both of them will lead to the same place. Life is a mystery. Both the scientists and the mystic are embarking on an incredible journey. The light particles that a mystic sees are the same light particles that a scientist uses in CERN, Switzerland. Both of them are in different laboratories. One is outer and the other is inner. Personally, I think the mystic has an advantage. The human body is wired for this experiment. The human body has 5 senses, which there are 5 internal senses within. The human being can learn how to become aware of the consciousness of the universe. A human being is hardwired for this experience. Yet most of the time, the car is sitting in the garage. The garage door needs to be opened, and you must back out the car and take it for a spin. Humanity is just beginning to understand to open up the garage door within. When they do, scientists will go in another completely different level. There, the universe can show humanity gifts we could never imagine. You see, without kindness, the universe will only show you so much. It'll be like handling a small child an atomic bomb. They wouldn't know the damage what it could do. We are in that state. Without humanity becoming a kind man, we will never progress to our true potential. You see, the universe is kind and aware. The universe is love and compassion. Become like the mystic and discover your true nature. You are the universe. You just don't know it.
Dreams do come true. Dreams do come true. Did you know that dreams do come true? When I was very young, I knew that the universe existed inside of me. I couldn't prove it. I just knew it. I didn't know how to meditate. No one around me had a clue what meditation was. It was a completely different and foreign object. Our family had this beautiful Buddha head statue and a standing Kuan Yin. For some reason, I completely resonated with it. How can I put this into words? I felt that meditation was my true nature, yet I didn't know how to meditate. I carried this dream of learning to meditate most of my childhood life. You see, whatever you focus on eventually comes alive in your life. There's an infinite field of possibilities out there, and with the right intention and right emotion, events align with each other to manifest your dreams. In my case, I was taking a 6-week yoga class in high school. This led me to taking a yoga class from the same teacher who taught me yoga in the high school class. One thing led to another. The next thing I knew, I was going from France to India carrying my surfboard. In India, I learned how to meditate. During my initiation, I had such a powerful experience, which still motivates me today. That was 48 years ago. So I learned at a young point in life that dreams do come true. We have to focus on them. I realized from doing research that the mind doesn't know the difference between imagining something and an external event. To the mind, it's one and the same. Combine this with a positive emotion such as gratitude, and a person is rewiring the circuits for this event to manifest. It all belongs in the mind. You can't figure out how it will happen. The quantum field has no rational flow or logic to it. You can't force your dreams to happen. You can't get discouraged. One has to completely trust the quantum field. When one pays attention to the quantum field, it's 100% easier to manifest your dreams. One is in harmony with nature. One realizes that the quantum field contains infinite possibilities. One becomes patient. One realizes that your dream will come true. You just have to be patient and watch it unfold. As for my dream, I'm learning how to meditate. My journey still is alive today. I'm discovering that a huge series of steps have led me where I am today. The dream is still continuing, and I'm blessed being on this precious journey. What kind of dreams do you have? Have you put them on hold? Are your dreams sitting in a drawer, gathering dust? Did you know that you are a genie? All your thoughts that you had make up your personality today. Personally, when I was young, I never thought about that. Society never taught me about that. When I was young, I read the book Think and Grow Rich. It was a great book, but I really didn't take it and put it into practice in my life. To be honest, it's really been since the early 2000s that I'm focused on this. At times, the concept is so simple, yet our society is so complicated. We are stuck in our boxes since early childhood. For some reason, we can explore the world, yet when it comes to our inner world, we think it's a waste of time. Ask any person, they'll fly you and your family for an all-expense trip to Maui. You will wine and dine in a first-class hotel. I don't think too many people will pass that up. Oh, and by the way, you don't have to pay for anything. Yet, if I told you, you are the universe, you just don't know it. You just don't know it. You would probably laugh in my face. I find that ironic. What causes us to ignore our true existence? Are we so focused on the world around us that we can't see the signposts are all around us? I know that I'm a broken record, yet I'm not the only one. From time immemorial, this has been talked about in so many different ways. Each culture has talked and discussed this using different terminology, yet the essence is one and the same. When one aligns with the quantum field over time, one understands the laws of creation. One understands that we all create the quality of our lives. Even under incredible hardships, man has risen from the ashes and totally transformed their lives and the lives of people around them. They have even affected the world at large. Our true nature is to dream. We will never stop dreaming. Someday peace will prevail on earth. Granted, it will take time. Yet, in the face of eternity, it's only a flicker of the eyelid. Intro. How to manifest your dreams? That's a very good question. What kind of dreams do you have? Why don't my dreams come true? I say affirmations, but do they truly work? I live life day to day. I don't think about my dreams. I have dreams, but I truly don't know how to manifest them. Is there any scientific evidence and techniques that help in manifesting my dreams? Mankind has been dreaming for a better world for thousands of years. Unfortunately, wars have been around forever so long. It seems chaos is prevailing upon the land. Yet, this is the struggle between darkness and light. You are a precious piece of the puzzle. When a person begins to align his dreams with the quantum field, one's life begins to change. A transformation occurs from me to we. Slowly, over time, an individual realizes that we are all one. An individual begins to transform his or her dreams to a dream for all humanity. Yes, this will take time. Baby steps are needed. 2 steps forward, 1 step backwards. This is how we grow. This book, hopefully, will help you discover that there is a process that will help you to manifest your dreams and change your life. Just think, all the thoughts that you had since being born make up your personality. Yet most of the time, we live our lives in remote control. Our subconscious runs the show. 95% of our actions are driven by the subconscious, while only 5% is driven by the conscious mind. Experts estimate that the mind thinks between 60,000 to 80,000 thoughts a day. That's an average of 2,500 to 3,300 thoughts per hour. And that's incredible. Other experts estimate a smaller number of 50,000 thoughts per day, which means about 2,100 thoughts per hour. Yet how many are new thoughts? We have been playing the same record for years. We have the same exact routine. We go to bed. Our alarm clock goes off. We use the same hand to shut it off and go back to bed for 5 minutes. The alarm goes off again. We shut off the alarm. We stumble out of bed and go to the bathroom. We brush our teeth. We are trying to wake up. Off to the kitchen, we go to brew some coffee. It's time to head off to work, just in time for rush hour traffic. We make a few phone calls along the way. Some of us text when the cars are stopped. We make it to the office and do the same dull routines. I can go on and on. We are our own pharmacy. Every day, our bodies create hundreds of thousands of chemicals. These chemicals create strong emotions. Say, for example, you are angry. Your emotional state will be angry. Therefore, you will have angry thoughts. These thoughts will then create angry emotions. We are caught in a cycle. The goal is to be free. The goal is to be in tune. with the quantum field. In order to manifest your dreams, there is some work that needs to do. This book will help you along the way. It's just a foundation to help you on this journey of life. What is a dream? Dream. Noun. A series of thoughts, images, and sensations occurring in a person's mind during sleep. I had a recent dream about falling from great heights. A cherished aspiration, ambition, or ideal. I fulfilled a childhood dream when I became champion. Synonyms: ambition, aspiration, hope. Verb: experience dreams during sleep. I dreamt about her last night. Indulge in daydreams or fantasies about something greatly desired. She had dreamed of a trip to Italy. Synonyms: fascinating about, daydream about, wish for, hope for, long for, yearn for, hunger for, hanker after, set one's heart upon, aspire to, desire to, wish to, aim for, seek to, have as one's goals aim, set one's sights on. Literally thirst for after. I've dreamed of making the Olympic team. Personally, I think dreams are to give us hope for a better future for mankind. We all want a better future for our children. We want humanity to have a great education. We want the world to have plenty of food for all. We want the world to have decent housing and medical care. Dreams are the foundation for living. Without dreams, where would we be? Our life would be in misery. We will never stop dreaming. The quantum force is not some stagnant energy. It has infinite possibilities. It contains infinite dreams. Dreams are a direct aspect of God and the universe. In India are many stories of the mind of God. God had a dream and created the universe. Modern-day scientists believe that the universe is aware and conscious. It seems like ancient stories and present-day scientists have come to the same conclusion. There's a quantum field that is present everywhere. It is beyond time and space. Do dreams come from thought to energy to matter? Does God have a thought to create the universe? From this thought, there's an infinite energy which creates matter, like the Big Bang theory. Was there a dream before the Big Bang? Who dreams that dream? Do human beings create their own dreams? Can dreams come true? Why is humanity living lives like a broken record? Our subconscious runs the show, and we aren't even aware of it. How does one overcome this predicament? We have our dreams, yet our subconscious runs the show. How do we rewire our circuits to embrace our dreams? Life is an incredible journey. We, as humans, are only skimming the surface in the ocean of life. We really are kindergartners when it comes to understanding life. We are still fighting with one another. We still think that we are separate. Over a century ago, scientists discovered that energy is a common denominator in life. In essence, we are one and the same. Yet, we are still living in Newtonian ways. Society still lives in the same consciousness for thousands of years. We are living in incredible times when mankind fully embraces the unknown. Our dreams will truly come true for humanity. You can start now to discover your dreams and manifest them in your personal life. What is real? What is real? I've been asking this question all my life. I remember in high school, I knew that the keys of the universe lied inside of me. What I didn't have was the key to unlock the door. I remember reading the autobiography of Yogi by Paramahansa Yoga. He gave a great description of what is real. Imagine going to a movie theater and watching a movie like Star Wars. I first saw this movie in New York City in the late 70s. I was totally immersed into the movie. Yes, I was totally mesmerized. I thought that was as real as you can get. Yet if you turned your head around, what would you see? Streaming from the film projector would be light, which would be projected upon the screen. I always knew that the light existed inside of me and the universe. This made perfect sense. Is the entire universe a dream? The universe gets created. The universe gets destroyed. I remember reading an article in 1972 that the scientists believe that the universe is breathing. Granted, it takes billions of years to breathe in and out. I find this fascinating. Everything is created and destroyed. Imagine over 500 cells die each second, and 500,000 cells are created each second. What an incredible creation is occurred inside of us. Imagine through our subconscious it is directing the show. Yet all this incredible power of creating comes from the quantum field. This field exists beyond time and space. It exists in all universes. This is the creative force. This is the source where the light projections create matter. We come into this world, in a flash we leave this world. It seems like a long time, but in reality, it's a flicker of the eyelid in time. Ever since the dawning of man, it's a flicker in time. Yet man goes on its very own way and is oblivious to reality. Granted, we have had many incredible teachers like Christ and Buddha. They help mankind to discover their true nature. This book will give you some guidance on how to discover reality inside of you. You can take this advice or not. You have free will. All we are saying is the quantum field exists. There is a field that creates all life. The universe is conscious and aware, yet most human beings aren't. We have been living in the same patterns for thousands of years. It's like a rat running in circles. War, war, war. We call that civilized and advanced. We think we are advanced. We have no idea what an advanced civilization is. Many great inventions are held back due to the fact humanity would weaponize them. And unfortunately, the atomic bomb was created and let the genie out of the bottle. When kindness rules the land, our civilizations will change in ways we can't even predict. Have you ever seen geese flying in the sky? They are flying in unison. It seems like their minds are merged and they have a master mind. They fly in unity. It's a sight to behold. Fish are another great example. I love to go to the going to the arboretum where I live. I love to see the koi fish swimming in unison. It's a sight to behold. Imagine the time when man will be driven by a central creative mind of love, kindness, and compassion. We will have the awareness that we are all one, at the same time have a unique creative expression. This world will be heaven on earth. This is where we are headed. Yes, this will take time. Who knows how long this will take? John Lennon's dream song will come true. Millions of people are waking up from their slumber. Hundreds of helpful books are coming out. People are waking up and finding ways to discover their true nature. I look back even 50 years ago, and yoga was totally out of the mainstream. I remember when I first had a yoga lesson was in a 6-week yoga class. It was a class where they hired 2 yoga teachers to teach this class. Mind you, this was in 1971. It was very progressive for that time period. Anyway, after the class ended, I signed up for the yoga class at their yoga studio. At that time, that was really a radical thing to do. Where I grew up, that was totally unconventional and probably simply weird. Fast forward to the early 90s. My mom and her best friend take classes from the same teacher and yoga studio. Today, all of society embraces yoga. It's everywhere. This is how the world changes. It slowly morphs and changes for the better. You can't see the world's changes through the microscope of present-day events. It seems like you have to rise beyond the clouds of present time, and then you can see the incredible changes that occur. Ponder this over. What is real? Have you ever asked this question? Are you totally satisfied of living inside of your box? Are you afraid of change? What is keeping you from discovering your true nature? Is it, don't tell me what to do? Nobody is telling you what to do. It's up to you to change. Nobody can do it for you. What is the difference between a dream and an outside event? Did you know that the body does not know the difference between what you dreamed and from an outside event that happened to you? The same exact chemicals were released. Over 1,500 chemicals are released into your bloodstream. Mind you, this could be positive chemicals which enhance life, or destructive chemicals which break down your life. The choice is yours. You are the master chemist. It's by your will alone that you make your own decisions for your destiny. A person who is wise will be consciously aware of his or her dreams. One enters a deep state of meditation. From there, one can program the subconscious for this event to occur. When one uses an elevated state of emotion such as love, kindness, and compassion, along with intent, miracles can happen. When daily one dreams about events in one's mind's eyes and sees it already occurring, you are rewiring your circuits for this event to manifest in one's life. By constantly programming your future with emotion and intent, you will bring yourself in alignment with that event. You see, in the quantum field lies infinite possibilities. You are your own genie. When one taps into the quantum field with your positive emotions and intent, you will bring about infinite possibilities. You don't have to know how it will happen. The rational mind wants to know in concrete how it will happen. The quantum field does not work out that way. Logic does not come into the picture. There are infinite possibilities that can occur. The more you have faith and trust, the better the outcome. Also, the more connected you are, the better the outcome will be. You see, we need to tune our minds into the infinite mind. The more we do this moment by moment, the better our lives will be. Presently, to be frank, mankind is living such a stressful state of existence. Common sense is uncommon. The world seems like it is in chaos. It seems like the entire world is in conflict with one another. People can't get along. The same old tapes are being played. Most of our daily lives are reruns from the past. It's like the movie Groundhog's Day. where the same daily routines occur. Fortunately, in that movie, the person realizes what's going on and over time changes for the better. We have the same opportunity. We can totally change our lives around and the world at large. We can program our lives just like a software engineer does in real life. When one sees that whenever a positive or negative emotion that we carry around is the driving force for our future, when one understands this, a person who is wise will learn about how to drop the excess baggage in life that's weighing you down. That traumatic event that happened 20 years ago is the main driving force for your daily and future events. You see, your mind is a tuning fork. Whatever you focus on, you become. We never learned this in school. No wonder it's so hard to change. Just think, in order for change to occur, we must be in an alpha state of mind, and then we can enter the theta, delta, and gamma brain state. Most of the world, due to stress, is living a high beta state of existence. Many people are so stressed out they can't turn off the faucet of cortisol and stress hormones. In order for them to manifest their dreams in a positive manner, they must first learn to reduce the stress in their minds. Small baby steps are needed. As I have said, we must reprogram ourselves. Currently, we are on remote control. We have no idea that we are living our lives like robots. That may seem harsh, yet look at humanity's record for the past 2,000 years. It's like a broken record. War, war, and war. We even honor war. War is obsolete. In the quantum field, there is no war. There's no bickering and fighting. There's no us versus them. There's no separation. God does not take sides. We must become emotional, mature citizens of the universe. We have missed our mark. We think and act like we are separate. Due to this separation, we have millions of obstacles along the way. We are living in a state of local mind where it's all about me. Non-local mind is universal mind. In this state, one is operating in a state of oneness and at the same time living and expressing this in a unique human body. I hope this makes sense. If you look at young children, they expressed this when they were young. Slowly over time, they became completely identified with their local mind. Christ and Buddha were examples who live in a universal mind of existence. Mind you, even the Buddha had to learn how to transform from a local to universal mind of existence. The more a person embraces the non-local mind, the more synchronicity will occur in one's life. One will be in harmony with the universe. One will truly become wise. One will advance to higher levels in the video game of life. One will actually realize the video game exists. One understands there is a jewel that exists within. Ponder this over. Where are you going, my friend? You are never alone. Nine to 5 existence. I find it fascinating that our past drives our present moment and our future. Scientists say that we live our lives 95% from our subconscious and 5% from our conscious mind. They also say our body and mind is one. Imagine by repeating the same actions day in and day out, we are building grooves into the record of life. Over time, our body knows exactly what to do from the moment you get up to the moment you go to bed. If you are an angry driver, you'll be angry on the road. You will race to your destination, swerving between one lane and the other. It's an automatic response that has many years of conditioning. You don't have to respond to brush your teeth. You do it automatically. This I call a 9 to 5 existence. We look forward to the weekends to party and hate Monday morning, dreading the workday week. All our happiness is dependent externally. This truly won't carry you very far. I remember buying new cars, and there was a great thrill for about a month. Everyone around me was so excited to see my car. In a few years, I was bored with the car. It had a lot of maintenance problems. I first noticed this when I was quite young, probably around 7 to 8 years old. I received this toy aircraft carrier. I loved it. Yet after a few months of playing with it, I lost my interest. I realized that the outside world has limited happiness. Everything external changes and morphs. You can't hold on to a particular experience. Take the current opioid epidemic today. They have to increase their dosage to get the same high as a week ago. Over time, this mounts up. Consequently, so many people die of overdoses. It's a ticking time bomb. I feel so sorry for families who have someone taking it. It's a huge toll on society. Personally, I think we need classes in school to teach about positive mental health. Nobody told me in school that we are all master chemists. In each and every thought, we have thousands of chemicals gets released into our bodies. Each thought corresponds to either a positive or negative thought. Because we are so driven by our subconscious, it's an automatic response. We don't even know how to control it. Everybody has trauma stored into their bodies. The intensity of the trauma drives the emotional response. It may have occurred years ago, but the trigger mechanism is still operating today. You would have thought that Western science would teach this today. How much more advanced would be a society if everyone knew when they got angry they are drinking their own poison? In the long term, this will lead to disease. We drive our cars of the body on remote control. We think that external events drive our state of being. Yet, you can learn how to drive your car and be conscious and aware. This is where meditation comes in. It's an incredible tool on this journey in life. Most people think that meditation is only when you close your eyes. The goal is to always to be in state of meditation, regardless of what's going around you. Yes, that takes incredible skill and effort. Yet, you just take baby steps, 2 steps forward, 1 step backwards. This is how we progress to learn anything in life. It took me a month to ride a bicycle. Here's a cute story about it. Once upon a time, there was 2 twin brothers named Little Ricky and Little Johnny. Little Johnny was a genius in picking up and learning new things, while Little Ricky was what you would call on the slow side. It took him hundreds of tries to learn new things. For example, one Christmas morning, their wonderful parents presented them both with brand new bicycles. Both of them were so excited. Well, they took them outdoors. Little Johnny hopped on his and immediately started riding down the block. Well, Little Ricky didn't have the same luck. In fact, it was kind of funny to see how clumsy he was. He didn't give up. He knew deep down inside he could learn how to ride this thing. It took him about a month. The first time he realized that he was actually riding the bicycle, he was filled with joy. He was so grateful. I did it! I did it! I didn't give up. This incident carried him all throughout his life. Every time he had to learn something new, he remembered that experience of learning how to ride a bike. In fact, years later, his wife said that he learned things so quickly. Little Ricky just smiled. He knew that life taught him such a precious lesson at such a young age. Never give up. Persevere. You can learn anything. It may just take time. Ponder this over. This is our current state. If you don't want to change, then help your children to incorporate these ideas into their daily lives. It's the least you can do for them. You are a genie. Did you know that you are a genie? Your thoughts make up who you are. Whenever you say, I'm so-and-so, over time, you become that. You rewire your circuits to become this state of mind. For example, if you say, I can't do this, it's too hard, you are reinforcing this old tape and adding a deeper groove on the album of life. Whenever you think, you reinforce your attitude, whether it is positive or negative. By the time you are 7 years old, all the good, bad, and ugly is stored in your subconscious mind. We replay old tapes in practically each and every moment. You see, you can't separate the mind from the body. This is why at times it's so hard to change. One must be aware and conscious. This is why meditation is so important. When one becomes a little aware and conscious, one begins to reprogram life. Suppose someone makes you angry. Most of us would play the same tape from the past. The body would say, oh, I know this experience, and would act immediately, and the brain would secrete over 1,500 different chemicals, and you would then be in an emotional state of anger. Cortisol and stress hormones would be released. As I said before, you are drinking your own poison. Over time, almost all diseases are created by stress. Just think. You could hold on to this instant for years, and each time you think about it, your mind and body doesn't know the difference between the incident that happened years ago and the present moment. The person who you got angry at years ago has long forgotten that this even occurred. It's erased from his memory, but you're left holding on to the boulder for dear life. You refuse to let go. Compound this day in and day out. Humanity is playing the same tapes over and over again. This compounds the problems. No wonder we have so much turmoil in our society. Not only do we feel pressure externally, but we also feel pressure inside of us. Over time, we are struggling in the river of life. Many people are fighting to go upstream. We have been conditioned for this. When we say, I'm struggling with life, we are literally fighting and swimming upstream. Life is a drag. We have a hard time getting up in the morning. We are bored with life. We hate our jobs. I saw a survey about a year ago, and 80% of Americans hate their jobs. Wow, that's a huge number. Do you know a majority of heart attacks occur on Monday mornings? Our present state of mind can and does directly relate to our health. So what do? Modern day scientists know that the mind and body are one. You can't separate the two. Scientists know that you can't reach the subconscious in a beta state of mind. In our waking state, there are two beta states. One is beta, and the other is high beta. In the ordinary beta state, one is aware, alert, and conscious. In this state, no stress is occurring. While in the high beta state, we are totally stressed out. Most Americans are in this state of mind. They can't turn off the faucet of adrenaline. The body and mind is totally agitated. They might totally freak out because this weekend they have to spend time with their in-laws. Just the mere thought will cause their head to spin. Our working environment is totally insane. Your job is totally unstable. They can lay you off at any time. When you reach the age of 55 years old, you are considered over the hill. A company is only interested in making profits for their shareholders and don't truly hold you in their best interests. It's the survival of the fittest environment. Did you know that most Americans don't take all of their vacation time? They are afraid of losing their jobs. No wonder they are stressed out. No wonder the Europeans laugh at us. They have a job with 4 to 6 weeks off a year. When I was young and traveled around the world, I would always see tons of tourists from Europe. They told me they had a couple months off from work. They knew how to relax. So what do? We realize that our genie thoughts creates over time our character and personality. Moment by moment, the same tapes from our subconscious are being played. It's our own version of Groundhog's Day. We must learn how to reprogram our subconscious. You are living on remote control. You are living on remote control. You must be out of your mind. What do you mean by that statement? I'm in total control of my life. Well, according to scientists, 95% of our actions are dictated by the subconscious mind. Only 5% is by the conscious mind. That's a huge difference. Did you know that most of the time we are playing the same tapes over and over again? We go to our bed, our alarm clock goes off. We use the same hand to shut it off and go back to bed for 5 minutes. The alarm goes off again. We shut off the alarm. We stumble out of bed and go to the kitchen. We brush our teeth. We are trying to wake up. Off to the kitchen we go to brew some coffee. It's time to head off to work, just in time for rush hour traffic. We make a few phone calls along the way. Some of us text when the cars are stopped. We make it to the office and do the same dull routines. I could go on and on. Our bodies perfectly responds to our old tapes. It's old hat by now. It doesn't even have to think, it just responds. I find that fascinating. We can live our entire life and not realize that we're living in the past tapes. What kind of video game of life is this? Maybe the movie Matrix had it right. We are living in a dream and don't know it. We think we are driving our cars, yet they are in remote control. We go to the same boring destination over and over again. No wonder the world at large is in chaos. Imagine the Buddhists are one of the original psychologists. They have been studying the mind for thousands of years. They have mapped out the various stages of mind growth for ever so long. They mapped out a pathway to enlightenment. Just think, it was in the 1980s that Western scientists started to research the science of happiness. Before that, it was solely negative mental affairs. Personally, I think many of the world's problems is our current state of affairs. We can't see the forest from the trees. We don't see that we are playing the same tapes over and over again. War, war, and war. It seems like the United States is in a tailspin. We are spinning out of control. Yet at the same time, millions of people are waking up from their slumber. The more people wake up, the easier it will be for other people to wake up. Light is overcoming the darkness. Darkness is only the absence of light. Maybe, just maybe, mankind can turn into a kind man. Wouldn't that be something? I see that this transformation is going to happen. Science and religion is being merged together. Both of them are talking about the same thing. As I said numerous times that we are hardwired to discover our true nature, there are so many different pathways to open the door within. Society at large is beginning to learn how to practically open the door within. Just think, through the internet, every human on earth has the resource to learn how to find their true nature. These are exciting times. I have mentioned many times before that life is like a video game. For all the gamers out there, this is the ultimate game. This game is your life. In each and every moment you play this game, whether you know it or not. How's that for the ultimate game? Talk about a game that you are playing, and yet you aren't aware of playing that game. Yet you are playing that game in each and every moment. In India, they would call this illusion or Maya. Our five senses make this world so real, yet we only are here for a small flicker in time. Look, I'm not saying you can't have fun in your life. I'm saying that if you are stuck in a certain level and playing the same tapes over and over, you are stuck. You can't advance to the next level. Many of my friends who are stuck playing a video game at some point in time will read the cheat sheets in order to advance to the next level. Mystics have been doing this for thousands of years. There are cheat sheets, yet in reality you are not cheating. Maybe I could call them wisdom sheets. Been there and done that before. I made the same mistake over and over again. This is how I solved it. A kind man will post this message on a tree on your journey in life. Consequently, when you're on this journey, you might be curious and stop and read the message. Here's a message that will help me on my journey. Thank you for that person posting it. Now I know to go to the left when the road splits ahead. You see, signposts are all around. Just imagine, because of our present state of mind, the road ahead is full of darkness. We imagine many dark shadows along the way. We are afraid and alone. When one discovers his true nature, one discovers this journey is a walk in the park. You are never alone. You're walking with your ancestors and laughing along the way. You can't see them, yet they communicate to you in each and every moment. They exist inside of you. All your friends and family who have died exist inside of you. They have never left you. How would you like to experience this? All your pain and suffering will go away. Ponder this over. Mankind is living on remote control, whether you are aware of it or not. Dreams do come true. Dreams do come true. Did you know that dreams do come true? When I was very young, I knew that the universe existed inside of me. I couldn't prove it. I just knew it. I didn't know how to meditate. No one around me had a clue what meditation was. It was a completely different and foreign object. Our family had this beautiful Buddha head statue and a standing Kuan Yin. For some reason, I completely resonated with it. How can I put this into words? I felt that meditation was my true nature, yet I didn't know how to meditate. I carried this dream of learning to meditate most of my childhood life. You see, whatever you focus on eventually comes alive in your life. There's an infinite field of possibilities out there, and with the right intention and right emotion, events align with each other to manifest your dreams. In my case, I was taking a 6-week yoga class in high school. This led me to taking a yoga class from the same teacher who taught me yoga in the high school class. One thing led to another. The next thing I knew, I was going from France to India carrying my surfboard. In India, I learned how to meditate. During my initiation, I had such a powerful experience, which still motivates me today. That was 48 years ago. So I learned at a young point in life that dreams do come true. We have to focus on them. I realized from doing research that the mind doesn't know the difference between imagining something and an external event. To the mind, it's one and the same. Combine this with a positive emotion such as gratitude, and a person is rewiring the circuits for this event to manifest. It all belongs in the mind. You can't figure out how it will happen. The quantum field has no rational flow or logic to it. You can't force your dreams to happen. You can't get discouraged. One has to completely trust the quantum field. When one pays attention to the quantum field, it's 100% easier to manifest your dreams. One is in harmony with nature. One realizes that the quantum field contains infinite possibilities. One becomes patient. One realizes that your dream will come true. You just have to be patient and watch it unfold. As for my dream, I'm learning how to meditate. My journey still is alive today. I'm discovering that a huge series of steps have led me where I am today. The dream is still continuing, and I'm blessed being on this precious journey. What kind of dreams do you have? Have you put them on hold? Are your dreams sitting in a drawer, gathering dust? Did you know that you are a genie? All your thoughts that you had make up your personality today. Personally, when I was young, I never thought about that. Society never taught me about that. When I was young, I read the book Think and Grow Rich. It was a great book, but I really didn't take it and put it into practice in my life. To be honest, it's really been since the early 2000s that I'm focused on this. At times, the concept is so simple, yet our society is so complicated. We are stuck in our boxes since early childhood. For some reason, we can explore the world, yet when it comes to our inner world, we think it's a waste of time. Ask any person, they'll fly you and your family for an all-expense trip to Maui. You will wine and dine in a first-class hotel. I don't think too many people will pass that up. Oh, and by the way, you don't have to pay for anything. Yet, if I told you, you are the universe, you just don't know it. You just don't know it. You would probably laugh in my face. I find that ironic. What causes us to ignore our true existence? Are we so focused on the world around us that we can't see the signposts are all around us? I know that I'm a broken record, yet I'm not the only one. From time immemorial, this has been talked about in so many different ways. Each culture has talked and discussed this using different terminology, yet the essence is one and the same. When one aligns with the quantum field over time, one understands the laws of creation. One understands that we all create the quality of our lives. Even under incredible hardships, man has risen from the ashes and totally transformed their lives. and the lives of people around them. They have even affected the world at large. Our true nature is to dream. We will never stop dreaming. Someday peace will prevail on earth. Granted, it will take time. Yet, in the face of eternity, it's only a flicker of the eyelid. From thought to energy to matter. We are constantly playing old tapes. Because our mind and bodies are one, we live our lives from the past. We are reactive beings. If someone says something we don't agree with, we automatically get angry. We don't even have to think about it. It is automatic. This response is hardwired in our circuits. As I said before, from the moment we get up in the morning till we go to bed at night, we play the same tapes over and over again. No wonder our world is in chaos. We have politicians that Twitter early in the morning without really thinking what they're about to say. It's like we are leaves blowing in the wind. I remember the first time I was in India many years ago. I remember this saying, "The most difficult thing to master is your mind." Many of my friends, when they tried to meditate, told me they had no idea of how powerful the mind is. They were kind of overwhelmed. Yet the mind is your friend. The problem is, we were never taught how to control it and become friends with it. As I said, that Western scientists only recently studied the positive emotions of the mind. The East has done this for thousands of years. Ideally, one must be conscious and aware. One must understand that our thoughts go from thought to energy to matter. For example, take anger. When you have an angry thought, it goes to the quantum field and gets redirected back to matter, your body. Your body captures this thought and secretes chemicals which directly relates to the emotion you thought about. Over 1,500 unique chemicals gets released into your system. If it is anger, you're drinking your own poison. We never learned this in our schools. At times I wonder why. Something so simple, yet at the same time, we never put two and two together. We think that external events drive our emotional state of being, but in reality, how we think and act drives us to our emotional state of being. Most people don't think that they are in charge of their being. They don't see the correlation between their thoughts and the effects they have on our state of mind and body. To compound this issue, we don't realize that we're playing old tapes, whether we are aware of it or not. Many times I have thought, I can only change myself. I see the struggles that I have. I personally spent most of my life trying to change for the better. I can only offer help and advice. To be honest, no one can change anyone. They must be willing to change themselves. So we must learn to drive this car consciously in life. Imagine, God is in your passenger seat. He will not drive your car for you. Unfortunately, you can't see him. Your car is on remote control. It's swerving all over the road. Imagine the same old tapes are being played over the radio. We react to each song. For each event, we build deeper grooves into the record of life. The wise men in the past used the same process, but they use it for being consciously aware in each and every moment. They take 2 steps forward and 1 step backwards. This is how we grow. They are constantly learning in each and every moment to be in direct connection with the quantum field. For example, over time, if someone says something that in the past that would make them extremely angry, they would stop, look, and listen. They would then be like the sun in the sky and just smile. They have nothing to prove. You have nothing to say. You just simply broadcast their anger back to them. Over time, the other person won't speak to you like that because there's no reaction coming back. They can't make you angry. They get a huge charge out of that. I've met some people whose lives are spent in trying to make people angry. To be honest, what a waste of time. Obviously, they have nothing better to do. In order for the world to change, we must change ourselves. We must learn how to rewire our nervous systems. Basically, we are learning to build a new personality which becomes a new body and mind. When one becomes in sync with the quantum field, the more wisdom one develops. This human being will change in every aspect of life. One will understand that they are a master chemist. They are completely responsible for their well-being. This is truly the new dawning of man. Science and religion are driving us to become truly aware. We are advancing on this journey of life. The tools that the great mystics had are available today. Scientists are proving in practical terms how effective they are. In the process, they are fine-tuning them to become more effective for our time. These are exciting times. You have the opportunity to discover your true nature. The tools exist inside of you. Monitoring your thoughts and emotions. As you know, by now we live 95% from the subconscious and 5% from the conscious mind. Most human beings never stop to see the correlation between the mind and body. Many scientists say they are one and the same. They are not distinct and different. Imagine someone pisses you off. That thought creates a chemical in your brain. Cortisol gets released. Stress hormones gets released. Over 1,900 chemicals gets released. You are now in an emotional state of anger. This anger gets stored in your body. Many scientists say that cancer is created by angry cells. Most of the time, we have automatic tapes from the past in any given situation. Because we are reactive beings, we are like leaves blowing in the wind. We never stop and think before we perform an action. Many people Twitter without thinking. So the goal is to rewire our circuits. When someone makes us angry, stop in your tracks. Focus on your breath. Imagine an infinite field of peace surrounding you. By the way, it does 24 hours a day. This is your true nature. Smile and don't say a thing. When you have your composure back, speak from kindness. Mind you, this is extremely difficult to do. Here's some advice for you on this journey. Write down all the areas that have caused great trauma in your life. Many times, the great trauma never gets processed properly. It is stored in our subconscious. The greater the trauma, the greater the emotional impact. Unfortunately, so many people hold on to the past. An event may happen over 30 years ago, and we still hold on for dear life. We still hold a grudge and are angry towards that one person. We need to learn and forgive. We need to let go of that emotion. In the last 30 years, much insight has been in the relationship between the mind and body. There are many different techniques out there to heal and release our emotional scars. Here's one I like. Emotional freedom technique. It's a self-help technique that involves tapping near the endpoints of energy meridians located around the body. EFT works by lowering cortisol levels and the body's stress response because it helps to promote relaxation. Imagine you have some anger issue. The first step is to identify the issue. In order for this to work, you need to identify the issue. Makes sense? Step 2. From a scale of lowest 1 to highest 10, what is the intensity? What is the intensity of your emotional or physical pain? Step 3. In this state, one acknowledges the issue and accepting yourself despite the problem. We're going to use anger as our problem. The common setup phrase is, even though I have this problem, I deeply and completely accept myself. The common setup phrase is, even though I have this anger issue, I deeply and completely accept myself. Step 4. This is the tapping phrase. Begin by tapping the karate chop point while simultaneously reciting your setup phrase. You may do this for around 30 seconds to 1 minute. Concentrate on your breath as you do this. The calmer you get, the better results you will have. Karate chop, small intestine meridian. Now, for each one of these meridian points, use a reminder phrase. Suppose you have an anger issue. You would then recite in your mind anger while tapping at these points below. Tap for around 30 seconds at each meridian point. At the eyebrow, bladder meridian. Side of the eye, gallbladder meridian. Under the eye, stomach meridian. Under the nose, governing vessel. Chin, central vessel. Beginning of the collarbone, kidney meridian. Under the arm, spleen meridian. Top of head, governing vessel. When you finish, rate an intensity level. Say that your initial rate was a 9. You rate it now at a 5. Repeat this process until you reach the 0. Mind you, some problems will take time to reach a 0. The greater you take responsibility for your thoughts and actions, the greater results you will have. To find all these meridian points, do a Google search for tapping, and you should be able to see exactly where these points are. Alright, well, that's it. Thank you. Mind movies. The definition of a guru is one who takes you from darkness into the light. A rugu is one who takes you from light into darkness. If there is a rugu today, it is the medical commercials on TV. There is a time when they didn't allow any drug commercials on TV. That's a long time ago. I won't call it sinister. Okay, I will. The commercial industry has been very effective to program the subconscious. They have used the medium of TV to program your mind and body. They are extremely clever, know exactly what they are doing. In the 50s, when a movie was being showed, subliminal messages would be displayed on the screen, such as buy popcorn or buy a Coke. It would appear so fast your conscious mind wouldn't see it, but your subconscious mind would. This is bad when the FCC figured that out. Well, they have gotten quite sophisticated. Today's drug commercials directly go into your subconscious mind. Imagine some of these same commercials are played over and over again in the evening news. They're slowly brainwashing people without the audience even knowing it. Have you ever wondered why America is so messed up? I could go on for hours. Many of these drug commercials are directly programming you to get sick so you can take their drugs. It is insidious and evil, yet it is done in such a soft voice, and nature is all around it. It's sad. They know exactly what they are doing. As a capitalist society, they are there solely to make a buck. They want you to get sick. They don't want you to be healthy and take responsibility for your well-being. There is a company called Mind Movies who uses the same technology as the drug commercials, yet it's used to bring you from darkness to light. Check out mindmovies.com. Dr. Joe Dispenza made a mind movie for connecting to the quantum field. It is absolutely genius. I highly recommend it. It should be played before going to bed and upon waking up. I play it right before I close my eyes to meditate. The more you play it over time, the mind, body, and soul rejoices in the words. There are words and pictures displayed. Both of them work to put the message into your subconscious. As you know, we need to rewire ourselves. Humanity is living in darkness and needs to embrace the light. Mind movies are a way to program the subconscious in order to help discover our true nature. Meditating upon your dreams. In the 80s, I was interested in Robert Monroe and the Monroe Institute. In fact, I went to the Gateway program for a week. We had a couple of sessions on meditating upon your dreams. Bob and his crew discovered that when a person enters the theta state, this opens up to the subconscious mind. During this state, one can directly reprogram the subconscious. People previously have gone to a hypnotherapist. They still do, yet in this manner one can go directly. By the way, it saves some money. The Monroe Institute has plenty of tapes that will take you into the theta state. Once you are there, you then can begin to reprogram what you want. Personally, my advice is to learn how to meditate. You have all the wiring set up inside of you. Why not take advantage of that? Basically, in a nutshell, these are the steps. Suppose you want to buy a new house. We use this as a template for your dreams. Mind you, this came from Joe Dispenza. You could use this template over and over again. Here's the template. First, you have intentional thoughts. 2, you have a symbol. And 3, you have that elevated emotional feelings. So let's fill out your intentional thoughts. This is exactly what you are dreaming for. Create your elevated emotions. This is what you would feel like when you manifest this dream. Combine these two and create a symbol. This is very important. A symbol is used by the subconscious mind to interpret your intentions and your elevated emotions. By directly connecting to a symbol, the subconscious can easily take this symbol and rewire the circuits. Mind you, this will take more than one time. Look into the work of Carl Jung. He spent most of his career studying the subconscious mind. Symbols were a huge part of his incredible work. Remember, the mind and body doesn't know the difference between the imagination and an external event. Each time you do this, you are bringing the future to you. You are rewiring the nervous system to bring this dream into reality. Each time you do this, you're recording what you want. Remember, you have absolutely no idea how this will happen. In the quantum field, there's an infinite field of possibilities. Your job is to be as clear as possible. Your job is to absolutely trust in the process. Here's an example for a new home. We have our intentional thoughts. We want 3 to 4 bedrooms, open concept, a great price, a raised bed gardens, 2 bathrooms, quiet neighborhood, near year-round pool, and a great price. Here's our elevated feelings. We want to feel free, empowered, peace, grateful, abundance, and comfort. Now we take our intentional thoughts and our emotions and we create a symbol. I'm creating a very simple symbol, H for home. So, what we do is first concentrate on your breath. Step 2, enter the theta state by listening to a theta binary beat tape. This is optional. Over time, by meditating on your breath, one will automatically enter this state. Remember, the tapes are only training wheels. Remember your intentional thoughts. This is what you want. Imagine this. Create your elevated emotions and feelings. One by one, experience these feelings. The more you can sense them and feel them, the more directly you are connected to the quantum field. Remember, thought and emotions are directly tied to one another. You can't have one without the other. Create your symbol in your mind's eye. Try to visualize it. Use all your internal senses. Make it as real as you can. Let this symbol slowly dissolve into the quantum field. Relax. Don't force anything. You can't use brute mental strength for this to manifest. Remember, the more you try to force things, the further away you are from manifesting your dream. This is a whole different way. The more you connect to the positive emotions from the quantum field, the easier this will be. Practice this for a few moments, then just concentrate on your breath. Your breath is your friend. Without your breath, you would not be alive. Behind your breath lies the quantum field. It's keeping you and the universe alive.
The law of silence. For thousands of years, there have been a few who truly discovered that silence is golden. Silence is worth more than any earthly treasure. By being truly silent, all the unknown mysteries come to life. In true silence, one discovers what is truly keeping you alive. In the past, those who truly wanted silence moved far out from the cities and the daily activities of life. What were they looking for, and what did they find? Today, noise is everywhere. People have lost awareness of the true significance of being silent.
How many people do you see walking around with headphones, listening to music, or driving their cars, talking on their cell phones? During the last 100 years, we have been moving away from the field of silence. We are so accustomed to outer and inner noise that we have forgotten our true nature. Our minds are constantly on the go. There's constant chatter going on within and outside in our environment. No wonder our bodies and minds are tired. We're constantly being bombarded by sound and external noise. Our present-day culture does not understand the law of silence. This law has not been understood by the common person. If one understood the law and had a practical experience, even for 1 second, a person's life would change. The mind and body is constantly agitated at a subtle level. It really isn't quite at ease. Consequently, over time, disease occurs. Silence is a way to return back to the source where you came from. It was and will always be. The whole universe is alive, and silence allows the individual to day by day dive deeper into the vast ocean of life. This is where true wisdom and experience beyond any words come from. The more a person experiences this silence, the more one desires to change one's personal life to listen more at a deeper and deeper level. The level goes on forever. It's like an endless ocean, and the deeper you dive, you realize that there are no boundaries in this ocean. All the seen and unseen worlds come from this silence. It's amazing that our human body is hardwired for this experience, but somehow along the way, we turned off the switch. We have been so engrossed in this world that we have forgotten our true nature. Nowadays, people think that only the monks need silence, or that by being silent, one loses out in life. Silence is seen more as a state of boredom or a state of one renouncing the world. This could be further from the truth. When one truly becomes silent and enters into that ocean, one truly becomes alive and aware. From that state, one then returns with a greater level of awareness and appreciation of life. This awareness spills out into every nook and cranny of one's existence. One's true nature becomes alive, and one realizes that all of life is in perfect harmony, but man isn't. True silence brings one to truly live life to the fullest. Every day is a brand new day, and one loves to be truly alive. By being silent, one realizes and returns to the harmony of life. This is your true nature. One does not have to leave this world to be in the state of silence. One can have this in the middle of New York City and still daily enter the law of silence. It doesn't matter how much noise is on the outside. One can go within and experience the world of silence. Over time, a person embodies that law, and every day goes deeper and deeper within. Over time, every single cell reflects that silence, and the body and mind is peaceful. Over time, it just takes less than 1 second to enter into that point of consciousness. In the beginning, it takes effort and practice. Anyone who first learns to meditate will tell you then that they never realize how much chatter the mind produces. It goes on and on and on. The mind will tell you and dictate your life to not go into the silence. It will produce a to-do list that will never give you in a normal conscious state. It really is the hardest thing in the universe to train your mind. It seems very easy, which it is, but our lives are so complicated. We have lost touch of the yearning that comes from within. Our mind constantly is looking outside of our very own essence for happiness. So where do we start? What tools do we have? What will it cost me? As I said before, we are hardwired for that experience. This experience is keeping you alive. For thousands of years, we have searched in the four corners of this world for this experience. Well, guess what? The whole time it existed inside of you. How's that for a laugh? I can imagine you saying that it can't be true, then where is it? I've been alive for so many years and I haven't found it. You got to be kidding. All the great teachers who once walked the earth said that the kingdom of heaven is within. Through the law of silence, when they walk through that door, it's like having a radio channel but no tuning to it. The music exists, the channel exists, but you are not tuned to that frequency. By applying the law of silence, one becomes in tune into the channels of life. Not just your life, but all of life in the seen and the unseen worlds. So the more you practice, the more one begins on a daily basis to fine-tune oneself to this precious channel of life. In this state, you will truly rejoice and have a deeper appreciation for all life. You will eventually overcome all the pettiness in your life. You will still have your daily life, but it will be at such an incredible level. Your negative baggage in your life would disappear over time. So tell me, what is the step? What can I do? It's as simple as breathing. It really is. Recently, the Buddhists released one of their sacred doctrines to the West. This doctrine is so simple in telling you the steps to enlightenment that they figured the Western mind would say it's too easy. In fact, they are right. It involves meditating on your breath. That's the whole technique. Yet, by being aware of your breath, will bring you to the state of enlightenment. At first, the mind says, that's too easy. The secret to life and to silence must be more difficult. But it isn't. Behind your breath, you realize that the whole universe is breathing. It is a doorway to life itself. All of life's mysteries and what you're truly looking for exists behind your breath. This is the law of silence. By listening and paying attention to your breath, in and out, you slowly begin to enter into the silence. Each day you enter into the silence, you return with a greater awareness, and your body and mind begins to infuse itself with this precious state of awareness. Over time, you begin to see that entering the silence or the state of meditation isn't only for 5 to 10 minutes a day by the time you spend meditation, but the state eventually will be constant where one's awareness is at all times aware. Imagine being the sun, the moon, and the stars, and walking around in a human body. Do you think in that state you would care about your petty problems? You would be a beacon of light. In that state, you would have nothing to prove. This is where the law of silence can take you. We have had examples of the Christ or Buddha who attained that supreme state. They knew how to conquer the mind and enter into the silence, and they became it. This is our true nature and state of awareness. It is not some far-fetched notion. Throughout the ages, there have been a few who figured this out and wanted to share this precious wisdom with the world. Back then, they were usually scorned and ridiculed, while during this age, there are literally millions of people just like you and me, waiting to discover and put into practice this sacred wisdom. It is beyond religion. You don't have to change your religion. All we are saying is that entering the silence is what religion is talking about. You want a practical experience. I'd rather taste the mango than to read about a mango from a book. By entering into the law of silence, one tastes the divine fruit that exists within. Imagine the whole universe is breathing, and so are you. Yet, we have forgotten this precious state of existence. It's about time to come home. Your true mother and father are calling you. The law of silence will show you through prayers. You talk while God listens. In silence, God replies while you listen. Practical actions. Meditate twice a day, even if it's just for 5 minutes each. Pay attention towards your breath. Slowly increase the time. Go to the library and check out books on meditation. Get educated on the various kinds. Take a meditation class. Pay attention to your breath in your everyday activities. Go to a meditation retreat or a weekend. Sit still and listen. Inside the silence lies such peace. A wave of bliss is about to release. The secret of creation lies between your eyes. Behold a light more beautiful than anything in this world. This light is pure love, ready to take you on a ride. Surfers ride the waves of the ocean, while the wise man rides the waves of life. Imagine riding the waves of life. Behind our breath lies the answer. Divine music will accompany you. The mind becomes drunk on this bliss. Yet this intoxication is medicine to the soul. For eons of time, man has explored. Buddha, the Christ, and many more have told their story. Behold, the kingdom of God lies within. It doesn't matter if you are a saint or a sinner. We all have the same opportunity to go back home. All it takes is one small step after another. Sit still and listen. The answer to this riddle is found by this easy step. The law of cause and effect. This is a law that defines the daily outcomes in our lives. Yet for the majority of us, we are oblivious to it. This is the law of cause and effect. Every action that you take compromises of this law. Everything you do has a direct effect on your life. Suppose you spend a good time of your life eating junk food, and someday you get sick. You go to the doctor, and you want him to heal you. Yet, your day-to-day consumption of eating junk food leads to your illness. Your actions lead to this state. The law of cause and effect is that your daily actions over time lead to your present-day condition. By improving your life on a daily level, you will see in the future your life improving. I'm not saying that all sickness is our fault, but I'm saying that we should be practical and do whatever we can to live a healthy life. Every action we take is accounted for. If we are unhappy, what actions have we taken to put ourselves into that situation? What can we do to bring ourselves around to happiness? Our actions dictate our state of awareness. If you are angry daily, I can guarantee that in the future you will be angry. Over time, whatever actions you have taken become your life. If you are resentful now and take the same steps of resentment, you will be resentful in the future. This is the cause of law and effect. If you are happy and share your happiness with others, I can guarantee that other people will enjoy your company. If you are constantly pissed off, I can guarantee that people won't want to be in your company. Every single action has an effect on the entire universe. If your life is in chaos, you will enhance the chaos on this world. If your life is peaceful, you will enhance peace on earth. You are accountable for bringing peace to this planet. If you don't have peace, the planet won't have peace. You do have a piece to the puzzle. So realize that if your life is messed up, you can clean it up. You can start daily to make wise decisions in your life. You can totally change your life around. There is no blame. Hopefully we can start to give you your wisdom so you can see for yourself that where you are in life is based upon your previous actions. Now you can be aware and change your actions in areas that you know needs changing. This is applying the law of cause and effect. By really understanding this law, one becomes a co-creator and not of a reactive being. This law also applies to all nations around the world. We are accountable for our own actions. How we treat others will reflect back to us. This is something I hope that we may all understand. Peace can never come through war. If we as a nation are peaceful, our neighbors will be peaceful. If we have an overabundance of wealth and food, we should help out our neighbors in need. If each nation truly helped those in need, our world would change. In order for the world to change, we must change. In order to change, we must understand the law of cause and effect. If we live our life in harmony with the universe, our world around us will reflect that. We will be happy. We will be content. We will not be greedy. We will smile and say hi to our neighbors. If we have a drinking problem, most likely the world around us will suffer from our drinking. We don't need to write down what kind of problems arise from our heavy use of drinking, but it sure doesn't celebrate life. It's a drowning of oneself. So we can change step by step. If you drink too much, join AA. Whenever your vice is, and you see that it's harming your life and others around you, then do something about it. By taking ownership of your problem, and by doing something about it, it will empower you. We are not here to judge, because each one of us has a myriad of ways to improve ourselves. We are constantly refining our actions. We are all in the same boat. As Christ said, those who have not sinned may cast the first stone. Each of us has missed the mark. That's what sin means. But we are striving for a bullseye. This is the goal of human life, to constantly grow in awareness and love. This process will go on forever. So you can change, and will change hopefully for the better, because you have free will. The Creator will not judge you, but you will. You are your own judge. You are in charge of your own destiny. If you're in the dumps, you can climb out or dig deeper. Help us on the way by learning these laws and seeing for yourself. Yep, been there and done that. You will change for the better. It's just one step after another, day by day. I hope this will motivate you, because you are in charge of your life. You can change. You brought yourself to where you are now, so make better decisions. Before you get hot-headed, think, is it really worth it to get angry? Will anything productive take place? Just take a couple of breaths and relax into the silence. You will see that it's not worth your time and energy. You can change. You simply need to learn a few tricks of the trade. These tricks will enhance your life. The more experience you get from your internal experience, you will stop trying to prove that you are right. You will stop trying to defend yourself. You will stop getting angry when others criticize you. You will be a delight to be around. This is the law of cause and effect, putting into use for your own benefit. By understanding this, you will no longer get hot-headed when someone is driving a car and drives too slowly. It's strange, so many times when I take a walk and I cross the street, drivers will try to outrun you so they can turn right. At times I would get mad. Nowadays I realize that the driver is not angry. They could care less, but why should I get angry because of what they did? Why should I hold on to this anger and cause damage to myself? So I simply bless them when this happens. I still feel the anger, but in a second, I just release it. Just let it go and smile within. We hold on to anger and judge things that have gone on since we were born. Hopefully, by understanding the law of cause and effect, we can forgive ourselves and others. Truly, laughter is the best medicine. Let's truly let go of the past and forgive all who have intentionally or unintentionally harmed us. By doing this, it will set us free. Again, awareness is the key. We have been so unaware of this law. We think that people's wealth is like a lottery ticket. I'm sorry to say that for most people who are millionaires, they worked hard for the money and paid attention to their lives. They were smart and invested at a young age. They went to college and learned. By performing their actions, they became millionaires. So what is our game plan? What actions can you take to improve your life? Start small and build up. See that everything you do gets reflected back to you. Some people are lazy and greedy and try to earn money by taking from others by means of being illegal. Some of these people end up in prison. Hopefully they will understand that their actions put them there. Now, I'm aware that not everything in life is fair. Why is someone who is dealing drugs living high off the hog while people are starving? I can't explain that, but what I do know is that we can help this world by changing ourselves. This is what I think all of us as a world can do. Be responsible for your own existence. Help out your fellow man. Someday you may need a helping hand. Practical actions. Pay attention to your thoughts. Remember, each thought is like your bank account. A negative thought takes away money from your bank account, while positive thought adds to it, just like in real life. Think before you speak any words. Does this uplift me, or is this the same old conditioning and junk that I've been conditioned to? Think before you act. Does this action bring in being? Does this action enhance my life, or does it bring me down? Go over your life and do an inventory. See where your habits have lead you to either a positive or a negative event. Look at your relationships, career, finances, family, friends, your free time. Look everywhere and see where you need to pull some internal weeds. Read books on how to be appropriated instead of a reactive being. See books lists in the back of books. Educate yourself and attend classes and seminars on changing your life. Happiness is a state of mind. You can own the entire universe. You can do anything you want. You can rule the world. You can conquer the galaxy. You can be the richest man alive. You can have an army of millions. You can be a CEO of a large Fortune 500 company. You can master the stock market. You can become a famous movie star. You can be the most famous actor of all time. You could be the President of the United States. Yet, without true happiness, your life is empty. The wise man pursues inner happiness. This is the true gift of life. The law of laughter. Recently, I was flipping channels on the TV, and a documentary on the Sundance Channel was on. This documentary was focused on Mike Myers, who is famous for his Austin Powers movie and Deepak Chopra. They were discussing the similarity of comedy and the quest for life. Both of these have a point in time where one becomes enlightened or understanding is gained. When a joke is told, there's tension in the air. As the story unfolds, it builds and builds with anticipation. At the height of suspense, the punchline is told. The energy of realization is transmuted to the audience, and they themselves understand the joke, and waves of laughter occur. This audience all laughs, ha ha ha. Attention has been released. Maybe it's a political joke. Comedy as a means to laugh at any given stage and situation and bring us a state of awareness. In the same matter, the Zen Buddhists have koans, which are life word puzzles. To the ordinary person, it does not make any sense. Like, what is the sound of one hand clapping? But through their meditations, they reach a level where they understand the koan, and an aha experience occurs. This is similar to understanding a joke, but at a deeper level. This is internal comedy, which leads to enlightenment. Both of these are critical and crucial for our everyday life. Laughter is indeed the best medicine. I'm sure many people know of Norman Cousins when he got cancer, that he watched all different sorts of comedies for over a month. Laughter on a daily basis will heal us. He used laughter to heal his cancer. There is a theory that cancer are angry cells, but by being aware of laughter, we can heal. Laughter can transform energy cells into happy and healthy cells. The Taoists have a meditation techniques where they imagine certain parts of the body to be a huge smile. A smile from the pelvic area all the way across. A smile from the stomach area all the way across. A smile at the rib range all the way across. A smile from the mouth. A smile from their eyes. A smile from their forehead. By doing this at a daily basis and paying attention to the laws of health, they keep disease at bay. The Taoists have been known for the remarkable long lifespan. Truly, laughter breaks up any emotional residue. This residue may be released from our mind and bodies. God gave us a natural release mechanism called laughter. Many people are so serious with life, they become emotionally constipated. They lose the joy and the true meaning of life. We are born into this world as it was a setup by learning from your mistakes. There is no other way to learn. So God gave us an all beings laughter. We can laugh at ourselves and the world at large. Life is truly a joke. There is a punchline called enlightenment where everything makes sense. Have you seen the Tibetan Buddhists? They are a group of beings who truly know how to laugh. Look at the Dalai Lama. He laughs at his own mistakes. This is how we learn. If we get down on ourselves, it doesn't help in any way or whatsoever. It's like putting chains on us. Laughter is truly a divine gift. Even if you don't believe in God, it will enhance your life. The Buddhists don't believe in God, but look at their emotional life. It is based upon happiness and joy. So you can learn to use the law of happiness in your daily life. Look at situations where a difficult position comes your way. Use the power of laughter to see the clarity of the situation and blast away the negativity. You can see through different eyes. Laughter is the key. Laughter can be one whole experience and one whole experience. Both of them lead to the same door. Laughter opens the door to creativity, where you can totally transform yourself in any given situation. By being open to creativity, you can learn how to dance with life. No matter what obstacle comes your way, you can dance around it. The Indians hold Lord Shiva as the Lord of Dance, the Lord of life and death, the Lord of transformation. Each one of us die every day and are reborn every day. What I mean that by dying, when we lose perspective and get so involved in the world, a part of us dies. We forget our true nature. Every night we return to the source. We get charged from the source of life, and in the morning we wake up. In the same manner, we consciously wake up constantly and be aware of the process. These tools will help and assist you in this manner. You can die from your past conditions and be born into the great laws of life. This is awareness coming to your forefront. As you can see, we use laughter along the way. We can laugh with life. The best teachers I've ever had used laughter as a means to learn. How many times have you heard a boring lecture? Can we truly learn? Yes, you can, but it's difficult. Yet a teacher who can teach with humor and laughter truly can deliver the message and understanding. A boring lecture speaks to the mind. A fun-filled humor talk full of humor will affect the mind and heart. It will go directly to the soul. This is where laughter can be used. My daughter is in the first year of college and she sees how laughter from the teachers and lack of determines the quality of the lecture. Laughter enhances the situation. Personally, I think all teachers should be required to learn how to use laughter in their teachings. It would certainly improve our educational system. Just that one idea alone. How many young kids are turned off to education and learning because of a boring teacher? Life is not boring. If your teaching style is boring, you're doing a great disservice to your students. You need to lighten up. Get a little wild with life. Do something different. Break through your boring ideas. No wonder so many kids are frustrated with the whole education system. It needs to be transformed. Each and every part of society can be enhanced with laughter. We need to learn how to use laughter with our political systems, our social systems, our education systems, our religious systems, and our business systems. Laughter is the means to understand life. Practical actions. Learn how to laugh at yourself. Laugh at obstacles and problems. Watch comedies instead of violent movies. Practice the Taoist smile meditation, even for just 1 minute. Learn to laugh like when you were a child. Reclaim your innocence. Get rid of your hard edge on life. Look at children for examples of laughter. Don't take anything too seriously. The law of giving and receiving. The whole universe is in a state of giving and receiving. This is the law of life. In each and every breath you take, you breathe in oxygen and you breathe out carbon dioxide. You receive oxygen and you give carbon dioxide. Now the trees and the floor receive this carbon dioxide and gives us back oxygen. This is the circle of life. Our natural state of evolution is similar to a tree. When a seed is planted in the ground, over many years, a wonderful fruit tree is grown. It may take many years before fruit starts appearing. There is a stage in the tree of life that each year hundreds of fruits appear. The tree is fully matured and is the process of truly giving and receiving. Its gifts are its wonderful fruits. We are very similar to that wonderful fruit tree. In our life, we start out as a seed. Over time, we begin to grow and mature. Hopefully, somewhere along the way, we begin to realize the more you give, the more you receive. This is the law of life. We begin to see that in everyday life, we can make a difference. We can offer a smile to whoever we meet. We can help someone who's in need of assistance. We can help out in gifts of kindness. The more a person goes into silence, the law of giving and receiving becomes more powerful. You tap into the infinite source of love, and in that state, you automatically want to give. This is your true state. You receive such incredible gifts from the silence that inner well springs up and you want to share these sweet waters of love to the world. You don't even have to say a word. Just one smile can brighten someone's day. So the more you give, the more you receive. The more you receive, the more you give. This process goes on forever. Somehow mankind has a tendency to not be in this state of awareness. It does exist inside of us. Some people are very good at giving, but have a hard time receiving. Look at how mothers give constantly to their children. Yet, if they only give, aren't open to receiving, over time, they may become better. Consequently, the one who constantly receives and doesn't give will become self-centered and not be a pleasure to be around. There must be a balance. We must learn balance. For me, balance is slowly obtained through silence. By being in silence, one learns that life is constantly giving and receiving. I learned that every day when I meditate, that I'm constantly receiving and my cup is getting full. So in my day-to-day affairs, I can share from that cup. I believe that you first must fill up your cup, drink some water, and then share your cup with others. Now every day, we must fill our cups. We must realize that all the religion in this world emphasize to fill your cups. All religion are teaching us the way. We breathe such a sweetness of life. It doesn't matter if we are a saint or a sinner. Life goes on. It has such compassion. It simply gives itself life to us. It doesn't judge, or we would never be around to see this planet. Life simply is. Life goes on. Can you imagine the beauty and the ugliness it has witnessed? Life has probably at times cried itself to sleep. Only man can change its ways. We hold the key, but in the midst of our pride, it will not open the door. Life goes on. We may have tainted breath, but life is ever so sweet. Life teaches us to be complete. Life, the beautiful life we have. The law of giving and receiving, part 2. In order to be filled, we must enter into silence. Only through the law of silence can your cup be filled. Each one of us does this on a constant basis. Our world will transform. We'll be constantly living in the law of giving and receiving. Remember, in the law of silence, when countless teachers have recommended paying attention to your breath day in and day out. No matter what you do, focus on the inhalation and exhalation of your breath. Over time, you will see that behind your breath lies the power of love, which is keeping the entire universe alive. You will be in a constant state of giving and receiving. This is truly an incredible goal. I see that as possible. I'm not there yet, but I do see how many times during the day I'm truly connected. It's just a day-to-day state of existence and fine-tuning yourself. It's learning how to be in harmony with all these incredible laws. The laws that they focus on will truly transform you. It doesn't matter who you are or what you have done. There are stories of the past of people who have committed horrible crimes and learned how to totally transform themselves into beings of kindness. This is our true state. The other is a hard shell that needs to be taken off. We are the fruit of the nut, not the hard shell. Unfortunately, many of us have been taught the other way around, that being tough and edgy is our true nature, but kindness and love is for sissies. Nothing can be further from the truth. By tapping into your true nature, you are tapping into the power that created the sun, the moon, and the stars. This is incredible power, yet its manifestation is love and kindness. This is the building blocks of life. We don't realize that this is true strength. Anyone can get angry, but a wise person is one which conquers his or her mind, and that love's true presence in one's life. In that state, the law of giving and receiving is in balance. I feel so happy these days to see so many famous people helping out in the world. It's so incredible. So many people say, oh, it's because they want more fame. Well, they already have fame. I think it's so much more. When you reach a state of abundance, which they have, you begin to search out ways to help those out in this world. They are filled inside with abundance and start to find out ways to give back to the world. I applaud anyone in this manner. They can simply hide in their mansions and never come out. They dedicate their lives helping people in need. I recently saw that Larry King interview with Brad Pitt, where Brad is helping to rebuild a township in New Orleans. He raised millions of dollars and taken this project into his own hands. I applaud that he and his actions of his wife. They are so inspirational to me. The people of America are giving people billions of dollars, are donating to nonprofits each year. I pray that this money truly will go to those who need it, and that the people who are stealing this money stop and realize the power of cause and effect. Our nation has faith that the money donated will go to a proper source. We as a nation, and like all nations, respond to situations where other nations need help and assistance. Let us constantly carry that out. we need to really pay back all debts and become truly solvent again. If I ran my business and my household like our present day financial debt that we have incurred, I would have lost everything years ago. We must become financially stable, and then we can truly help this world. The laws of giving and receiving pertain to all areas of life. We must be in balance in all areas of life. We must learn how to stop conflicts in a peaceful manner before they get totally out of control. Otherwise, we will spend trillions of dollars, often disrupting entire nations and throwing them into chaos. It will be the equivalent of what happened to New Orleans happened to the entire United States. Every human in America would be affected. So let's learn to be in balance. We must learn more to be in harmony with this sacred law. It is the law of life. I have been following the life of Bill Gates now for over 25 years. We all seen how he came to be one of the richest people in the world, and at times the richest. But what truly has impressed me is the evolution of where he is now. Imagine having everything and making more money per year than a lot of third world countries, and seeing that you could do anything, and for many years he probably did that. Yet something happened. Something occurred to him outside, where he began to see the world's problems and wanted to help out. In the last 10 years, he has totally changed his perspective around. Imagine stepping outside from his position of Microsoft and dedicating the rest of his life to his foundation to help others in this world. And I believe that Microsoft is a tight-run ship. Money does not squander there. I can guarantee that his foundation will be the same thing. He will hire the best of the best, and I'm sure he already has. In a few short years, he has the largest foundation in history. Even Malcolm Forbes gave billions of dollars to this foundation. I don't think Malcolm at all. I don't know Malcolm at all, but I bet that he doesn't give money out like this until he's fully convinced. What I'm trying to say is that millions of people are giving in their own way. Even 1 cent from the heart matters. You can help this world through one simple smile, no money required. Each one of us has the capacity to give. Don't wait for your government to help establish peace. First establish peace inside of you, and everything else will follow. The world is changing for the better. Now let's all be aware of what we can do. I pray that each one of us can truly begin to apply at a deeper level the law of giving and receiving. May every nook and cranny all over the world be filled with love, kindness, abundance, health, and shelter to all. May we all pray in our own ways. May we all realize that all of us want the same thing, peace. May those who think that through guns and violence that peace may be attained realize that peace only comes through peace. War only brings more war. It's time for man to bring himself to the next level of maturity. We have everything in place. It's time for us to change for the better. Hopefully, this will give you some simple sparks of inspiration. Just one spark can enlighten your life. Practical actions. Meditate on your breath. Notice that your breath is constantly giving and receiving. If you are a mother who constantly gives, be open to receiving. If you constantly receive, do something to help another person. Give a smile to everyone you meet and notice what happens. Donate your time or money to a worthy cause. The law of prosperity and abundance. Every one of us wants to prosper and to be abundant. The law of prosperity and abundance is a natural law that's expressed in all of life. Look at the abundance of the stars in the sky. Look at the incredible abundance of fruit, vegetables, trees, herbs, and plants. Nature is totally abundant. Look at the bees and their honey. They are not lacking. The whole universe is the law of prosperity and abundance. Now, to be truly abundant, one must be in balance with the law of balance, which we will go over next. True abundance does not equate totally with money. There are people who are millionaires that hoard their money and really aren't abundant at all. They just have a lot of money, but their life is not abundant or prosperous. To be prosperous and abundant is a state of mind, a state of awareness. The more aware we are, the more abundant we will be in all areas of our life. We will be filled with love, mercy, compassion, patience, and forgiveness. We will love to share with others what we enjoy. Life will be beautiful at all levels. This is true abundance. We may also have a significant amount of money also. Our life will be abundant. And this one state really doesn't need a new car every few years. One is satisfied for what one has in their life. Abundance is not a new car or acquiring new stuff. Abundance and prosperity comes from within. A true smile on your face is being abundant. You are not lacking in life. You love life, and you share the feelings to others with a smile. You genuinely say hello to strangers. Life is abundant, and you feel it. You are meant to prosper at all levels. Remember, what you really want is inside of you. Yet, if you want to have prosperity come to you in the form of money, then go back and go over the laws of manifest destiny. Take a look at each step. Go over the laws of creation. Go over the idea, thought, plan, and action. Make this practical. Do practical steps. Read books on prosperity. Start daily to receive abundance in all areas of your life. Pray, meditate, plan, take action. By doing something with a plan, it's so much more easier than making actions without a plan. It's like a swimmer who just splashes in the water and the one who can swim from one place to another. Both are swimming, yet one is going nowhere and the other reaches their destination. So remember, it is not just making effort, it is using the law of creation and the laws of manifest destiny to accomplish what you truly want. Your true nature is abundant. Your true nature is prosperity. You just aren't aware of it. There is a cloud of illusion which keeps the sun from shining within. When the mental cloud disappears, you will see that this is your true nature. You are an incredible diamond. You are priceless. You are eternal. There's no amount of money in this world that can be matched in how precious you are. Everyone is custom designed by the Creator. So these laws aren't religious laws. They are natural laws. They are the laws of the universe. We can realize that our true nature is abundant. Our life is meant to be an expression of giving. Nature is constantly giving. This is the way of life. One who hoards and holds out will miss out on the beautiful qualities of life. By not being abundant or open, we don't trust others. We are fearful. We don't know how to truly give, which we do. There are strings attached. A spiritual being is open in all areas of life. It's not a dogma, but expression of us. In order to be truly abundant, we must be open inside. The more open we are, the more prosperity and abundance will flow in our lives. These are actual qualities that we can cultivate over time. This is our true riches. Our internal abundance can never be taken away from us, while money in the bank can. We have an internal bank account. The money can never be taken away. The more we spend and give to others, the more prosperous we are. This is quite an incredible law. It goes against what we've been told in all our life. This does not mean that we should spend all our money unwisely. It means from within comes wisdom. From wisdom comes true action and giving. The more we go within, the more wisdom we will acquire and put into practice our daily life. Wisdom is not something that can be bought or sold. Wisdom is learning from your mistakes and learning from your actions. Suppose that you are tired of not being able to pay your bills. Over time, you do something about it. You are smart or wise. I remember when I was in my 20s and just started having a family. I didn't have any money at all. I reached a point where I decided enough is enough and planned to do something about it. I was working as a room service waiter. Well, I went back to school and studied computers. I was on the dean's list. Since then, I've been in the computer field for over 25 years. Each and every year, I'm making more than the previous year. Over time, through effort and determination and planning, we can reach our goals. We just need to be smart and wise. So it's up to each one of us. We can improve the quality of our lives. We can be abundant and prosperous. There truly is more than enough to go around. This world can be prosperous. We can help our nation. We can help our neighbors. Nations can help one another. We need to truly educate our youth on the power of education and wisdom so they will make better choices. Poverty at all levels must be eradicated from our minds and our physical existence. Poverty is truly a state of mind. Let's change our awareness and help others to change their awareness so the world will be a better place. Let's make poverty our number one issue in our political affairs. Let's help all in need to help them learn how to fish in life. We don't have to give them fish yet. We don't have to give them fish, yet we do need to give them the fishing rod so they can fish every day. This will make them self-sufficient in life. So you can see this law is vast and covers all of life. If the Creator can provide for all creation, He can certainly provide for us. Maybe we just need to open the door inside. Practical actions. Don't complain, blame, or criticize. Look after your inner garden. Throw out the weeds. Meditate. Read books on abundance, both internal and external type. Get educated. Learn ways to make money while you're sleeping versus the 9-to-5 job. Take an inventory of your financial health, both internally and externally. Create a mindset for abundance. Means change your entire outlook on life. Go beyond your comfort zone. Strive each day for another game level in life. The law of balance. For each one of us, we need to take a look at the law of balance. Are we balanced in our life? Are there areas in our life where we are out of balance? Do we sleep too much or too little? Do you party too much or never socialize at all? Are you a workaholic? Do you eat too much or do you hardly ever eat? Everything in life must be a balance. If you get too much sleep, are you embodying the word? If you sleep too little, are you healthy in the long run? We need to be aware of how balanced we are in life. One who is in balance inside is one who is in harmony with life. Do you constantly give and never receive? Or do you receive and don't give? Both of these should be in balance. Do you spend time with your family and make time for yourself? Are you always working overtime and don't have time for others? Are you always complaining and telling others the misfortune of others? Being in balance takes constant effort, yet this effort brings us to our true essence. We must learn how to balance all areas of our life. Do you exercise every day and neglect your spiritual life? Do you spend time on your spiritual life but neglect your physical body? Do you spend most of your life living to work instead of working to live? There's a huge difference. Do you drink one or two drinks and call it quits? Or do you drink and wake up with a hangover? Do you spend time with your family, or do you avoid them? Accordingly to the law of life, everything must be in balance. Every one of us has a unique balance. My life is entirely different than yours and requires a different state of mind in your body, and your life is different from mine. But each one of us has an inner thermometer where we can see where we need to achieve balance in our life. Once again, it's by being aware. Awareness is the key. The majority of the time, we live our lives on autopilot. We go through the motions in life and don't really pay attention to where we're going. If you want to fly to certain destinations such as San Francisco, you would board a plane going there. You would not board a plane flying to Rome. In the same way, we need to stop flying around in circles and look at where we truly want to go in life. This is where being in balance helps us. By being in balance, we can see and feel the various adjustments that we need to take in our life. Is life like a rubber band that if you stretch it too far, it will snap? Some people's lives are totally out of control. Some people's lives are totally in control, yet it's a life of boredom. Some people are risk takers, while others aren't. Some people love adventure, while some love the chaos. Some people are always serious, and some never laugh. Some people laugh and are never serious. Some people obey the laws. Some people never obey the laws. Some people's truth is fiction. Some people's fiction is truth. Some people are honest, while some aren't. How do we tune the guitar of life? If we are high-strung, we will break. Yet if we can't stretch, we are like a limb, lifeless. Life can't be a constant party, or we will burn out. Life can't be constant sleep, or we will miss out. Life can only be filled with work, nor can life be filled only with play. We can't always escape from life, nor can we always be 100% focused on it. We need the middle way. I'm sure that a pilot of an airplane does some small adjustments periodically to maintain being on course. The same way it is for us. We must make small adjustments day in and day out, and honor will be achieved. Fortunately, the process of refining ourselves gets easier with time and more joyful along the way. We are letting go of our baggage, and by doing so, our life is lighter and more energetic. We're learning what it means to be a human being, being balanced in mind. So we can act in accordance with the law of balance, where you can go on and what you've been doing with our current awareness. By being aware of the law and learning how to balance your life in all areas, your life will improve at all levels. You will be learning that this life we have is incredible, and you were meant to live in harmony and happiness. You are meant to be healthy. Practical actions. Do an inventory of your entire life. Where are you out of balance? Ask yourself, what actions can I take to bring myself into balance? Get help and assistance if you have a hard time bringing yourself into balance. Educate yourself, read books, meditate and contemplate. Learn to fine-tune yourself. Man climbs the stairway of life and gets very frustrated. He looks for satisfaction, but never quite finds it. Man is tired, but can't find sleep. Alone at night, he prays for an answer. There's an elevator within that man can take. It doesn't stop until man reaches his true home. Stop and enjoy the ride. The whole universe is spinning right between your eyes. The secret of life lies within. The mystery of this riddle lies in your heart. Be like a child and discover your youth. Your true mother and father are keeping you alive. Relax and enjoy the sweetness of breath. The law of rest. We as a society are constantly on the go. Every moment of every day we go. We train our children to have tons of after-school activities. This truly leads to an imbalance, or over time leads to disease. Everything in nature requires rest. Take a look at a dog or a cat. They have periods of activity, then they take naps. Even the 4 seasons represents a resting pattern. Take the winter time, all the flowers and trees become more dormant. Resting is a natural law. I remember surfing as a kid and spending around 5 to 6 hours in the water. By the time 8 o'clock came around, I was tired and fell asleep in almost an instant. Every muscle builder understands that the body needs rest to build muscles. As you lift weights, you start tearing down muscle fiber, and then you rest. Resting is the place where you repair and build your muscles. By being aware of how we feel, we can fend off our body being sick. I learned over time to listen to the signals in my body. If I feel I'm coming down with a cold, I will go to bed an hour earlier. Usually about 99% of the time, this will allow my body during rest to fight off what it has to. We can be in sync with our body intelligence to keep this health in mind and body. This takes awareness and the ability to enter into silence. Unfortunately, for most of us, we don't pay attention to our body signals, and that's why we can succumb to catching colds. I've learned how to have rest and be my partner in life. I remember when I first started out programming, I would work many hours, and slowly over time, I would get burned out. After some time, I learned that I was more productive by I didn't work so many hours. There was a point where once you got tired, you made unnecessary mistakes. Your train of thought becomes cloudier. Nowadays, if I'm so stuck on something, I will walk away from it and let my mind rest. I will relax, spend time with my family, or take a walk. In the resting process, what happens most of the time is my mind will float up with the thoughts that will solve the problems. This has happened time and time again. By being in tune with this law, that helps us in our everyday life situations. We're constantly learning how to balance life. For most people, they should learn how to rest, while those who rest too much should learn how to be more active. This is where we should listen to our inner signals. Only when we are rested can we function properly. I think this especially is a lesson for students. At times their lifestyle is so hectic and our school structure is not built on balance that most every one of my daughter's friends gets burned out one day or the other. This leads to illness and depressions. The fast pace of our college students leads to a society where learning is not exactly easy and fun. Most of the professors that I see give the kids way too much homework. Again, balance and rest must be maintained. A person should learn to rest and to play. A person should learn how to rest and work. Everything is a balance. As a society, we should learn that it's okay to chill out. It's okay to lay down on a couch and read a book. Just don't be lazy and spend your life on the couch. The body and mind needs to recuperate. So what I'm saying is pay attention to your body and mind. Listen to your body when it's tired or run down. Pay attention to your thoughts. If you're getting a little grouchy, are you tired? If you are, take a nap. When you wake up to and everybody around you, you will feel better. These are just some of the things to think about concerning the law of rest. I think at times Most animals are more attuned with this process than most humans. We are lost touch with the natural element within us. We're out of sync with nature and its patterns. Consequently, we lose out on a healthier, happy, and stress-free lifestyle. We are always on edge. Our minds are constantly on the go. We rush throughout life. We really can't enjoy stopping and smelling the flowers. We can't truly enjoy playing with our kids or friends. We are constantly looking at the future, but we can't seem to truly enjoy this moment in time. By learning more about the law of rest, it will truly enhance your life. It will help you truly to be in a state where you are happy and satisfied. Each and every moment will be rewarding and fulfilled. You will learn that being restful is not wasting your time. It will enhance your life in all levels of your life. Your family and mate will love you more because you will spend more time with them. Your priorities in life will begin to change. Your job or profession will still be important to you, but it won't be the most important aspect of your life. You will see over time that the simple things in life are the most important. Your family and friends, and the time being together will place more importance than bringing in the big deal. Your attitude towards life will be more carefree, and over time, you will seek to cherish every moment. It truly is a miracle to be alive. This state of awareness will be carried over to all areas of your life. You will see that each day is a brand new day, and you have the opportunity to experience it. Take advantage of how incredible that you are alive. See that resting is a gift from God. We can learn how to recharge your batteries. Know that through rest is a process of creation. All of creation and your Creator endeavors must have rest in between. True rest allows the fruits of your thoughts to sprout, for over time they will grow into incredible trees which will bear fruits. This is the power of rest. It is part of the rhythm of life. Even the ocean rests. I remember being a surfer where the waves would come in sets, and after a period of time, the ocean would become calm. All the surfers would then talk and chill out. Usually after some time, another set of waves would come in. Look in your own life and see how rest can help you out and make you more aware. Practical actions. Try to go to bed before 10:30. Scientists have discovered between 8 and midnight the body lets go of all the stress of the day. When you have a problem, walk away from it, and you will discover through rest the answer will float to the surface in no time. Rest your body through sleep. Get plenty of it. Don't skimp. Rest your mind and soul with meditation and prayer. This is food for the mind and soul. Look at nature and all its cycles. Learn from it. There's a time to be active and a time for rest. It's okay to chill out or party with friends. Just don't make it a main priority. Remember balance. Learn to control your mind and be in the center of the hurricane. This is where true rest resides. Outside the center is your swirling mind. No wonder we get tossed from one thing to another. Do only one thing at a time. Don't talk on the cell phone while driving your car. Don't watch TV while eating dinner. This will help you to slow it down. Go for a walk in nature, but don't bring your iPod along. True rest is the state of being. Exercise your mind and body every day. Where is your true home? Before you were born, where did you sleep? After you leave this world, where will you go? Life is a mystery. The wise men have said your home is eternal. It is the foundation of life. To solve these mysteries, close your eyes. Life is a garland tying man together. We use the string and create such a tangle. We say, "This is my string," and we pull from different angles. This is mine, or I'm right and you are wrong. What is the matter? Are we smart when there's simply one string and we create such a mess? Each of us has to untangle ourselves from the mess we have created. Then, and only then, man will really become free. Then we will see that the needle of life causes no pain, but man, in his own ignorance, creates the pain. The law of enlightenment. Imagining everything created eventually returns back to its source. Imagine a raindrop that falls into the mountains. This drop will weave itself in a stream and then into a river, and a journey could take place for thousands of miles. Ultimately, it goes back to the source, the ocean. We all come from the ocean of life. Every one of us has the drop of life inside of us. We're all going back to the source, going back home. This is our true nature. The law of enlightenment will show us through time that our goal is to become one with all of life. Religions talk about a life that cannot be created nor destroyed. The light is, was, and will always be. This is who we truly are. This is our true nature. We are this light. The law of enlightenment is the power that brings everything back home, back to our true essence, back into the light. This is what the saints and sages have been saying for thousands of years. Let thy eye be single, and the whole body shall be full of light. Krishna revealed to Arjuna a light more bright than a billion suns. Our body is hardwired to have this experience. The saints and sages of the past knew this, and lived their life to daily meditate upon this light within. The goal was enlightenment, or union with this light. During the past 30 years, so much research has been done upon what happens when you die. So many people have the same experience and seeing this incredible light which engulfed them and filled them with love and joy. This is common knowledge from many. The law of enlightenment will help you on a day-to-day level to go within and experience the light for yourself. It is a practical experience. This is not hearsay. The experience has been known for thousands of years. All the great masters have known this and taught this. You are going back to the source by being aware, and by practicing daily, you are more and more aware each day. There have been millions of people who have in essence returned back home while they were alive and dedicated their life to helping every sentient being to come back home. This is who you truly are. The age of enlightenment is here. I saw an article recently that the average Sunday New York Times has more information what a person acquired in the 1700s. In this age is an revolution in human awareness. Something is going on, and we quite can't pinpoint it. Something inside of us is becoming more aware, and we don't know quite what it is. Each of us is waking up on our own time, and yet today, so much awareness is going on. With the advent of the internet, so much is going on. We have an understanding that this is a global village. We can't just put it into words. While our scientific advancements has been incredible in the last 100 years, scientists knows that we are all one. The mystics have said for thousands of years, but now science and the mystics are both talking about the same thing. How incredible that is. They are on the same wavelength. That is simply amazing. For thousands of years, they are at odds with one another. Yet today, we use fiber optics, and it travels at 186,000 miles per second. Our world around us is changing. The law of enlightenment will truly transfer you and the world about you. He who says doesn't know. He who knows doesn't say. The truth is not the book. The book is not truth. Truth lies inside the book, yet it is not the book. The book contains truth, yet it is not the absolute truth. Truth is, was, and will always be. A book is simple words which tries to describe truth. Truth can never be described. How can the mind, which is finite, understand the infinite? A book only talks about the fruit, but it is not the fruit. Only by eating the fruit can you understand. When I was young, I heard this story about 3 blind men touching an elephant. Each man touched a different part of the elephant. One touched the elephant's ear, another touched its teeth, while the last touched the tusk. They began to discuss their experience, and a huge fight began. I'm right and you're wrong. I know all the answers. You are a fool to believe in that. What a child you are. Yet they all had their own individual experience. It was a piece of the puzzle. Not the puzzle itself, but a piece. Are we like the blind man touching the elephants? My religion is better than your religion. I'm going to heaven while you're going to hell. I'm going to declare war on you. I'm going to convert you. Religion as a piece of the puzzle. It is not the puzzle itself. Each religion is different and unique. The essence is the same. Which part of the elephant did you touch? Maybe it's about time to be open to something new. Your enemy is talking about the same thing you are. He just has a different piece, a different point of view. In the end, the essence is the same. The law of life and death. As we talk about the law of alignment, everything must go back to its source. Everything that is created must eventually return back to its source. This is the law of life and death. Death is somewhat of a misnomer. We are all born and live such different lives. Ultimately, someday, we must leave this world. This is a natural law. Yet, do we know where we are going? Where we are going? In our Western society, we don't talk about death. We leave it to the last moment. It is a topic people don't want to discuss. Yet death is a fact of life. And yet is far more glorious than what people understand. Upon death, one can realize that in fact, the body may die, yet the spirit is infinite. You are the sun, the moon, and the stars. You are eternity. Your essence is, was, and will always be. This is who you truly are. The wise man from the past realized this and tried daily to bring this awareness into their life. They were able to bring the death-like state, eternal life awareness, into the day-to-day existence. This is what religion is all about, to bind yourself into your true existence while you are alive. Countless teachers have done this in the past. Christ and Buddha were ones who attained this state. They realized there was awareness that created all life, and this awareness is our true existence. Death for them was not the unknown. They practiced the art of dying every day. The art of dying is really the art of living, because there's no difference. Life is eternal. Life is ongoing. Life is, was, and will always be. Life simply changes form. When you die, your body and its elements Return to its source, the earth, yet your spirit is imminent. You can never truly die. Your body can. Your body can. Mystics have been saying this for thousands of years. These sacred laws are a blueprint for life. You will experience for yourself that your body will die, but you won't. This is why we all say that life is so precious. This life you have is a gift from God. Realize how precious it is. Life is so incredible, yet not most of the time we live in a 9-to-5 existence. We truly don't realize that our life is a precious diamond. Only when someone close to us dies do we begin to realize how precious this human life is. Through the understanding of the laws of life and death, may we truly appreciate the value of this human existence. Life is truly a miracle. Death comes knocking on your door when your time is up. Nobody knows. Yet the wise person is one who values this life and treasures it. Life is such an incredible adventure. One who sees that life and death is the same thing will truly see the beauty behind all things. Behind everything is the power of love. Love created us, and ultimately when we die, we return back to the source of love. This is who we truly are. One who understands this and experiences this as love and compassion for all living things. This is our true nature. We truly care for all sentient beings. We truly want the world to live in peace. We want the world around us to be happy and abundant. By being in awareness of this law, compassion and mercy will cultivate inside of you. You have compassion for those who are dying. You will have compassion for those who are sick. Your prayers will be for those all in need. The more you understand this law and enter the law of silence every day, these precious seeds will begin to grow. You will then begin to understand this and have these fruits become a part of your life. This life is a grand mystery, waiting to be solved. This law of life and death is not morbid. Many people don't want to talk about it because they are afraid. I was when I was young. I remember being told that death was like sleeping and that you never woke up. Since then, my experience is that there is no difference between life and death except for a form. This has brought me to a greater appreciation for what it means to be alive. I'm no longer afraid of it, yet I most certainly don't want to die tomorrow. I have so much that I want to do. I'm trying to live as long as I can. My whole life is dedicated to improving all areas of this life and the life around me. I see that this human body is the most incredible temple, and I take care of it. By applying the laws to one's life, our attitude to ourselves and others change. We begin to see that everything is divine, everything is sacred. We start to live each and every moment in a state of awareness. As I said before, this awareness grows. Every single aspect over time will be filled with the consciousness of love. Every single action we take eventually will be divine. It already is, yet we don't know it. Over time, we'll be in harmony with the universe. How incredible will that be? So realize that your life is precious. You are indeed good. You may need to fine-tune your life, which we all do, but your essence is pure. I hope that you gain a greater understanding of the law of life and death. Our great teachers spoke about this law in their own way. Every one of them knew that death was an illusion, that you couldn't truly die. Every one of them talked about ways for you to directly experience life. They taught that the kingdom of heaven lies within. In Corinthians 15:31, Paul said, I protest, brothers, by my pride in you, which I have in Christ Jesus Lord, I die every day. Realize this is not a question of faith, but a question of, do you want this experience? Apply these laws to your life, and over time you will see for yourself. Nobody wants to change your religion or beliefs, or is simply offering and giving suggestions for you to take in your life. Hopefully, these suggestions will help you. We only hope that you would take the time daily and improve in all areas of your life. It doesn't matter who you are. If each of us just improves a little each day, the world around us will improve. Then we'll really begin to appreciate the people around us and not take them for granted. By applying the laws of life and death, we will enhance the world around us. We would truly start to appreciate all life, all sentient beings, and the whole of creation. Man thinks that his consciousness only exists in his brain. He has created himself distant from life itself. According to Einstein, E equals mc squared. Surely then, where consciousness isn't inside of a flower or a car. The whole universe is a lie. Man just thinks he is alone. In the beginning was the Word, beyond time and space, before creation, before the void. Primordial energy, a primordial word. This word cannot be spoken. This word is, was, and will always be. This word was God, and this word is God. All scriptures talk about the word, yet it's beyond the scriptures. All religions talk about the word, yet it is beyond religion. Scientists talk about the word, but is beyond science. This word exists inside of you. What is keeping you alive? When you know this, you will know the answer to this puzzle. The law of communication. I think that this area of the law of communication is one of the greatest problems that have caused mankind to fight for this specific cause for thousands of years. Do we truly know how to listen? Do we truly hear what the other person is saying? How many times when a conversation is going on, do we tune the other person out, or as a person is speaking, we are formulating what we would like to say next? To truly listen, one must learn to enter the silence and still the mind. In the state of awareness, one can begin to listen. Otherwise, we are filtering what the person is saying and our own personal thoughts. This will over time bring a greater awareness and will enhance your communication skills. You can truly listen from your heart. When you listen from your negative ego, you're constantly evaluating, judging, and criticizing. A pure conversation will not take place. True communications begins with an open heart and an open mind. Both of these channels must be open. The world would be in a better place if we learned these sacred laws. How many wars have started because of misunderstanding? People always have a tendency to try to prove that they are right. A true wise man hasn't anything to prove. This person has full confidence in himself and listens to the other person with openness. You must want to truly listen to listen. So much of our common conversations are superficial. Hi, how are you? I'm fine. We have forgotten that there truly is a depth to our being. From this depth, true conversation will take place. From the state of unity, true conversation can take place. As we truly begin to understand who we truly are, we will truly begin to listen at a deeper and deeper level. A human being will then see that listening comes from an open heart and open mind. In a conversation with another person, you are in sync with the person's thoughts and emotions. It's almost like you acquire the ability to know and experience what the other person is saying. In this state, it's beyond words. Words at times are stumbling blocks, but if you can capture the essence of what the person is saying, you will go beyond the mere abstract use of words. Words are like skimming the surface of the ocean, while listening from the heart and open mind is like diving into the ocean and discovering the pearls. So as you can see, there's a brand new way of listening. It just takes the power of conviction to the next level. This is so exciting. Imagine that in every conversation that takes place, you can learn from it, and on a day-to-day basis, take it to a new level. Your life will change, and the lives of others will change because of you. I'm saying that you can totally change your life. This life can and should be fun. By tapping into your own divinity, you will drink the incredible humor, wisdom, compassion, and love that are inside of your being. Once you tap into this well on a daily basis, your conversation and listening skills will improve. You will be more interesting. People will like to talk to you because you are a good listener. You truly care and are supportive. These skills will help anyone in any endeavor in their life. It's amazing that as a society at large we don't learn these. This should be the foundation of our life. Every day we communicate and speak and listen to another. Yet we all learn the ABCs and how to talk, but we never ever learn how to listen. How many times do we hear from people who get a divorce? If only he would listen to me. I feel he or she doesn't hear me, and something like that. The cause of this problem gets carried over from generation to generation. The problem gets more complicated because we can't even listen to ourselves. We have closed the doors of our inner awakening. We have bolted the doors shut. We have lost touch of who we are. We have forgotten our true nature. We are living in a dream and thinking that it's real. How many people think that what I'm talking about is hogwash? How many people think that nothing exists but this physical reality? That reason is the name of the game. Most of us think, I listen quite well. Well, what are you talking about? It's my wife, my husband, who doesn't know how to listen. I truly think that this law of communication will go to a greater understanding for eternity. Day by day, we are learning to refine ourselves. Even when a person dies, your awareness is still alive. These laws will still be applicable in the afterlife. There's never a point when you can say, okay, I've learned enough. There's nothing more for me to learn. Life itself is always a learning experience. This is how the universe operates. So I'm hoping that you will take these words of heart and begin to apply the law of communication. By applying the other laws will help you to get a greater understanding over time. True listening will be a part of your life. It's just like riding a bike. It just takes practice. Practical actions. When a person speaks, listen with your mind and heart. Do not formulate what the words in your mind as the person is speaking. Put yourself in the other person's shoes. Meditate daily. This will help you to tame your mind so you can truly listen. Monitor your thoughts and words. If they don't serve you, don't say them. Learn daily to refine your thoughts. Throw out the negative weeds. You are in charge of your garden of life. Forgive yourself and forgive everyone around you. Forgive your leaders and all those who make mistakes, the whole world, including you. How can a fish drown in water? How can a man choke on his own words? How can pride and ego bring a country to the brink of war? How can the loss of innocence take away the child inside? How can man pretend to be so smart when he has sawn off his own limbs? In the darkness comes forth the seed of light, light eternal. Man fights between good and evil. Silent is the night. Eternity lies in the eye of the beholder. The wise man speaks no words, but speaks from his heart. He who knows eternity will find his true self. The law of free will. Everyone knows that we have free will. Our religions talk about it. But how can free will truly help us to understand who we truly are? Most of us put our attention on the external world. Our will is focused externally. We have completely forgotten and abandoned our inner home. In my eyes, we can utilize this inner law of free will to enhance our life at all levels. We can use our free will to totally change our life for the better. Everyone in the world uses their free will. But has this path really brought us happiness? And what are we looking for? A truly wise person will use his or her free will to understand him herself to the deepest level. This person will want to change and transform their own essence in the world at large. Why not use your free will and learn about these sacred laws and apply them into your life? What do you have to give up? Your pain and your suffering? How would you like to wake up every morning and feel grateful to be alive? It all comes down to your will. What do you choose in your life? Do you want to continue walking down the same path over and over again like a broken record? Has your free will been up, I will do what I want to do, without any thought and awareness of others? To be honest, free will in the world has been nothing short of disaster. How many wars have been started? How much injustice has taken place? All in the name of free will. A truly wise person is one who harmonizes free will to the true harmony that exists within. This being is in harmony with all the natural laws of the universe. How incredible to be that compared to our own existence of where we have lived for thousands of years. We truly have been brainwashed to think that if we only ruled the world, we would be happy being the king of it. Yet take a look at most political leaders. Are they truly happy? A person is truly happy is one who has conquered their mind. Only in that state of awareness is one truly content. This is where free will comes in. The Creator says you have free will. I'm not going to dictate to you about your life. Also, I will provide you still with help and tools if you want to find out who you truly are. So by using free will, we start to look at ways to discover who we truly are. We use our free will to enhance every moment and aspect of our life. Every moment is sacred. Nothing is taken for granted. We only use the power of free will to uplift ourselves and others instead of holding others by a chain. We can learn that there is one thread tying us all together. There really is no separation. By using our free will, we can change ourselves for the better. So free will can be a two-edged sword. We can use it to truly reach for the stars or live in this world as we currently are, not really living, but in a survival mode. Free will is truly a divine gift. The Creator is saying, I'm not going to judge you. Live your life, grow and understand. Learn from your mistakes. Everything in life is a learning experience. No matter what you have done, your essence is good. Forgive yourself and others. This life is an incredible journey. Then there are those who have learned something that truly is incredible, and they want you to share it with you. This is a brand new way of living that is built on trust. There is a foundation that exists inside of your being that is incredible. It doesn't matter what you have done or how many times you have failed. You are good. The water may be muddy, but just wait and let the mud go down to the bottom. Over a few minutes, the water will soon be clear. Have you seen the lotus flower? A lotus flower is famous for having its root in this mucky water, but the flower rises over the water. It truly is a sight to behold. I remember once taking a train in India and seeing a huge lake with thousands of lotus flowers. We are like the lotus flowers. We can learn over time to transform ourselves and grow. We can plant the seeds within and every day utilize those laws and watch ourselves turn into a lotus flower. This is our true nature. This is who we truly are. We are simply forgotten. So it doesn't matter what religion you belong to or your beliefs. You can utilize these sacred laws to bring you into a greater understanding of your life. You will see that the essence and the essence of the universe are one and the same. How incredible that would be. So truly, it is by your will alone that you set your world in motion. Understand that you control your life. No one outside of you is responsible for what happens in your life. Take back your reins and use your will to make your life an incredible adventure. You can see and listen with a new set of eyes and ears. This life is an incredible adventure. No matter what your age, life is fun. Life is joy. Life is divine. Don't get into a rut. Use your will for the highest in your life. I'm not saying that you can't go out and party. I'm saying that a party of your life is constantly going on and you are missing out. The most outrageous party of life is going on and we are asleep and we think this is a party. There is something so incredible inside of you that one glimpses would bring you to tears for life. You are good and you are divine. You are life itself. How incredible is that? How incredible is it that you are hardwired from the Creator and only by your will can you turn on the switch? Nobody else can do it for you. Remember that you have free will. So this is a little of my understanding about free will. No matter what we have done from it, no matter what we have done, learn from it. Everything in life is a learning experience. Get over it. Use your will to learn more about these sacred laws and apply them. Over time, you will see an incredible change. I remember when I first started, when I was young, I would get frustrated. I wanted instant results. But over time, I saw that every day I was going a little deeper into the ocean. Every day, it's just like starting over. Every day is a brand new experience. This is life. It's incredible. So I hope you can understand more the law of free will and how you can apply it to benefit your life. Practical actions. Remember, it's by will alone you set your mind in motion. You should be in charge of your mind, not your mind being in charge of you. Meditate daily and learn how to control your mind. Lifetime practice. With free will, you can either live in heaven on earth or live in hell. It's your choice. Use your free will so you can contribute your piece of the puzzle to this world. The world needs you. Educate yourself. Read. Go to seminars. As a man of 40, does our child still exist? Have we forgotten the innocent and childlike nature of this life? Have we become so bored and preoccupied that we have lost the beauty of life? In the midst of our business negotiations, have we ever stopped and said, "Wow, I'm alive"? We go on this petty life with so much detail. We place so much importance on getting the deal done. We have lost all morals, cheat and lie our way to the top. Money is God for the people. How would our forefathers react if they saw how we lived? They would probably cry and pray. We had such hopes in our youth. The dreams will never die, but we will. We promised our generation we would never be like our parents. But look at ourselves in the mirror. Have we become clear? We are stuck in our ways and have forgotten our dreams. Let's wake up. We can make the change. Change can come from our generation. Pay your bills and also know why we are alive. We have already slept in. Now's the time to wake up and change our lives. When I was young, I was told that God is everywhere. He existed beyond the stars, the galaxy, and the sun. One day I asked my minister, "Can I see God before I die?" He answered in a somber voice that you have to die, and then you can see him. Late that night, I pondered into the night. My mind was restful, and I couldn't get the conversation out of my mind. So God is everywhere, beyond time and space. If God is, was, and will always be, then there's no vacuum where he doesn't exist. Therefore, he exists inside of me. From that point of view, I knew I could solve this question. The key was in my heart, waiting for me to open a door. I have come millions of miles for a small step. In the face of eternity, doesn't matter. We are all God's children. Let's help one another. The law of unity. The law of unity is such an incredible law. Einstein, and since then in the law of physics, has discovered that everything in life is united and is one. The whole universe breathes. There is something behind the universe, your true essence that is keeping you alive, and the universe alive. This is the law of unity. We are not separate. We are not distant from each other. Our very existence is unity. We just don't see it. We have created distances between ourselves, our relationships with others, our nations, and the world at large. We each think we are islands, yet from time immemorial, we have been reminded that we are one and the same. By being in tune with the law of universe, the law of unity, it will totally transform your life. As I mentioned below, in that state, you would be the sun, the moon, and the stars, and still be walking around in a human body. How incredible would that be? The law of unity would bring us to a greater understanding of the capabilities that exist inside of us. The law of unity is the building blocks of life. There is a unified field of existence that unites everything, whether it's in the seen or unseen worlds. It was, is, and will always be. You have the potential to become it. As a matter of fact, you are that state, but it's simply forgotten your true essence. We live in this world, yet we have forgotten who we truly are. The law of unity will teach you how to go back home and bring back those divine qualities into your daily life. Imagine how incredible would that be, How incredible would the world be? Each of us would have that awareness that we are united. There is no difference between you and me. We are all one. That would totally transform you and the world around you. This is just not a fairy tale or Santa Claus. This is your true being. This is who you truly are. You are infinite, endless, and boundless. This is your true nature. How did we end up being separate? We only think that. We just don't truly have that experience. The law of unity will help you gain a greater understanding of yourself. Daily meditate and go into the silence. In the silence lies the unity of all life. Day by day, month by month, year by year, this experience will begin to grow. Your understanding and experience will grow. You will start having first-hand experience on the law of unity. This experience will totally change your life. All the great religions talk about this. They all talk about that we are all one. Now is the time for you to have a first-hand experience. Your very own essence is this. By following these laws and living these laws, your life will change. You are the director of your life. You can change and experience the wonderment of life. It's in your hands. Nobody owns these laws. There's no copyright or dogma concerning these laws. These laws are your true nature. It is the stuff that you are made of. Nobody has to convince you to embrace life. It must be your decision and your own will. So all I can say is that you are an incredible diamond. This diamond exists inside of you. Pay attention and look for the diamond within. By utilizing the law of unity, you will see for yourself that this life is absolutely incredible. We all are united by the power of love. This is a practical experience. This is yours. This is who you are. Open the doors within and walk. Just take one small step after another. Over time, you will see how incredible this journey is. Practical actions. Read the Tao of Physics. Both the modern day scientists and the ancient ones are both talking about the same thing. Meditate daily. Over time, you will see that what is keeping you alive is keeping the whole universe alive. Develop your awareness in the here and now. Yesterday does not exist, nor the future. Unity is for ones who have the eyes to see. Open up your mind and heart more on a daily basis. Never stop growing. Just one breath is a miracle. Behind your breath lies the key to life. Day by day, we are alive, yet we take it for granted. The cemetery contains lifeless bodies. Man, in his ignorance, forgets about the miracle of life. Our life is so short compared to time. We come and go like the flicker of an eye. What is keeping you alive? It doesn't matter if you're a saint or a sinner. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor. It doesn't matter if you're educated or illiterate. The same power is keeping us all alive. Remember, just one breath is a miracle. They say actions speak 1,000 words. Many people praise the Lord. You think they have a monopoly on Him. If you don't believe in the way we do, you will certainly be condemned. Most of the wars have been started from religion. My God is better than your God. I think, which is my opinion, that God would like us to be totally supportive of one another. After all, we live on the same plane. He gave us all incredible gifts. We just need to support one another. My country is not better than your country. In the eyes of beloved, there is no race, color, or creed. We are one family. Granted, approximately 6 billion. Yet we are different and yet the same. Each one of us holds the key to life. The thread of love holds us together. It's time that our actions speak louder than our words. We can bring heaven to this earth. The law of kindness. As the Dalai Lama once said, kindness is my religion. These 4 words can truly transform your life and the life on the planet. Indeed, the world will truly be heaven on earth. This is our true state. We have simply forgotten it. Along in the course of our daily living, we have forgotten how to treat one another. We have lost touch with the innocence inside. As we get older, we hold on to our beliefs and try to impose our beliefs on other people. We don't truly listen to other people, and we try to show people that we are right and you are wrong. We say we should put ourselves in another person's shoes, yet we don't do it. Kindness is the way to God. Even if you don't believe in God, kindness will make your life so much richer, and your life will be a showcase to others. True kindness exists when a person enters into silence, meditation, and then brings that state of silence into your everyday life. Over time, you become kinder. You truly have nothing to prove but smile. This is our true state. We become aware that there is a thread of love tying us all together. Being kind to you, I'm being kind to myself. These are sacred laws that we have forgotten. Our society is so involved in doing and accomplishing and proving others right or wrong that we have forgotten these core values. Our mind is so focused upon what is going on in the world and the world around us that clouds have covered our perception. We truly are dictated by external events. This is why we need silence daily in our lives. We need to remove the clouds inside. The sun is always shining inside, but do we have eyes to see? I firmly believe that most political problems or religious problems could be solved by kindness. Most of us are set in our ways, and through kindness we can develop a sense of unity and the expression of unity in all life. We can see that the person on the other side of the table is just like you and me. She wants to be happy and desire happiness for the family, state, and nation. By being aware of this allows our mind to become more open and loving. The lack of kindness is a disease. We can see how this affects our relationships among our family, friends, business, and all communication. If we aren't kind, we are out of sync with nature, and we are out of harmony. We can conquer the world, yet without kindness, the world will still be in dire straits. Our entire business model is built upon killing our competitors, and the way we handle our day-to-day relationships with employees have to be rebuilt. The foundation is built on sand, and it will fall down someday. In my eyes, kindness is the way to truly help one another. It is the state of being. Our world needs to change its priorities toward a more social, conscious way of living. Kindness can go a long way to bring this world into a greater arena for peace. It's a wonder we don't learn this in school. How many times as parents we yell at our kids. We never learn how truly to handle situations in this world. We grow older, yet we are stunted to our own personal growth when it comes to true communication and how to tap into the source of life. These are practical things that we need in our daily life to improve our quality of existence. Because we have lost touch with our true nature, we become mean, angry, condescended, and a myriad of negative emotions. We have not been taught how to transform these emotions into something that is healthy for us. This is the key to a healthy life. By being kind to you, we can pick up ourselves when we fall down and start walking again. We can learn how to improve and not make the same mistakes again. By being kind to ourselves and seeing how difficult it is for us to change, we can be more kind to others. Kindness is a bridge we can use to see another's point of view. Imagine a river with two sides. You are on one side and the opposition is on the other bank of the river. Kindness is a bridge where both of you can walk and meet each other halfway on the bridge. You can walk over to the other person's side and see their point of view. If we could do this in our daily life, we could truly help this world become a better place. Kindness is a way to drop all of our defenses and put down our shields. We've been taught to always be on the defensive. With kindness, there's nothing to defend. In reality, the whole universe is unified, but we don't have the eyes to see. We are trying to defend our own world, and if the kids act up, we will get mad. The sense of defending and attacking has been going on for thousands of years. It's time for it to stop. Kindness is a way to diffuse this ticking time bomb. Whatever we don't agree on something, how that is beyond our control, we will blow up. So by being kind, day by day, we can start to change our perspective on life. We can slowly change the colors of our glasses. Have you seen that commercial where if you walk outside, the lenses slowly go from light to dark? That's the human condition. We are born with clear sight, yet the older we get, our vision becomes more cloudy. Kindness will help you to see more clearly, not only inside, but outside in your daily life. By being kind to your body, you will be healthier. You will see that this human body truly is a miracle, and you will pay greater attention to it. Our lives are so fast-paced that we truly aren't kind to our bodies. No wonder our society has so much medical problems. We are living against the laws of nature and aren't aware of it. How many of us simply drink our life away? By being kind to our bodies, it will help us to discover ways to bring us back into harmony. By doing this, we'll have even a greater sense of kindness and compassion. It's an endless cycle. Kindness is eternal. It will help in all areas of our life. The Buddhists spend their entire life practicing kindness. They see kindness as the foundation for all life. They have been studying and practicing developing kindness for over 3,000 years. It's not only been within the last 30 years that Western scientists have looked at ways to enhance our emotional condition. We have studied disease instead of ways to improve our health. All religions talk about being kind. We go to church on Sunday, and yet do we truly take home the message and help in our daily lives? For many people, I say yes, they do take the message to heart. As we said before, kindness does not belong to any religion. It belongs to all of life. It is the foundation of all true communication. Kindness is true courage in action. It's so easy to blow up. Anyone can do that. But to be kind in adversity, it takes tremendous strength and character. This is what we need to cultivate in our daily life. We are truly divine farmers. It's amazing that we can't take anything from this world except for our character. Everything else we leave behind. But a person who day by day cultivates these divine laws takes this with her when she dies. This is what we truly should concentrate upon. Not only can we have rich and rewarding levels of life on a practical level, but on a deeper level, we become a better human being. We enhance the qualities of our life. So kindness is a way to enrich our lives in all the different avenues. It will help to bring down old barriers that we have put up. By knocking down these barriers, your life will become lighter in all ways. You will have a smile that really comes from a place deep within. You won't take life so seriously and try to defend your point of view. Life will be easygoing. Of course, obstacles will come in the way. That's how we grow. But we won't see them as the size of a mountain when it's a golfer hole. We can start living in a more heavenly existence. We don't have anything to prove. This is how the wise ones from the past lived. Kindness was their life. It was the most precious diamond. They cherished their connection with others. They gave freely in their lives. So I hope that you can see that kindness is truly something that is the greatest example of human character. You can rule the world or own the world, but without kindness, you have gained nothing. Practical actions. Remember, anyone can be mean. A true wise man is kind. Meditate daily and embrace the kindness that exists within. Practice kindness in your thoughts, words, and actions. You will make the world around you a better place. Be kind to your body and mind. Take care of it. You are a precious diamond. Likewise, be kind to your wife, husband, children, and friends. They are indeed special. They are your gifts in this life. Cherish your family and friends. Knowledge, kindness, is my religion. The Dalai Lama. The law of practice. In order to practice anything in your life, you must practice. When I was young, I wanted to learn how to surf. It took many hours of practice just to learn how to stand up and paddle the surfboard. The more I practiced, the better I got. The better I got, the bigger the waves I could ride. Eventually, there was a time where I could ride any size wave in California. It took time and effort. These laws are the same. The more we practice and pay attention to these laws, the easier they will become in your life. Take the law of silence. In the beginning, meditation is difficult. Your body and mind is not accustomed to sitting down and focusing within. The body aches and the mind is bored. The more effort that we put in on a daily basis, the easier it becomes. In the beginning, it takes over 30 minutes to settle down within and feel the effects of meditation. Over time with practice, as soon as you close your eyes, you are in that sublime state. It really is practice makes perfect. So many people give up because they can't break through. Only by practicing will you overcome all obstacles within. So be patient with yourself. Each and every day is a golden opportunity to take one more baby step. This process gets easier as you master your mind. I found that I really pay attention to these laws, life becomes easier. By feeding my body with good food and exercising, it's easy to sit down and focus. I stretch every day and walk every day. This helps the body to be more alive. Listen to your body and its needs. Learn from your everyday activities. These laws are for your everyday life. The more you are in tune and the more you practice, the easier it gets. This is not a chore. Life is fun. Laugh at life and yourself. Don't get too serious. Laughter is the way. If you can't laugh, lighten up. These laws are meant for you to live an incredible life. They are meant to show you the opportunity that life presents to you. Each day is a gift. Each day, by practicing, you will say, "Wow, I'm alive." From the bottom of my heart, I wish you the best in life. You are incredible and good. The sun is always shining within. There are only clouds which cover the sun. You can gently blow the clouds away. You can make a difference. Just change your attitude on life. No matter what is going on, you can change. You don't have to say anything to anybody on what you are doing. This is a practical path. You make the changes. Nobody needs to know what you're doing. True guidance comes from within. Just practice day by day, and you'll see what I'm talking about. This is an incredible time to be alive. We can change the world. It starts by first changing yourself and your attitude about it. Nobody is at fault in how you feel. You can rearrange your attitude and cultivate what you desire. By practicing, you will remove the weeds and the thorns within. Life will become easier. This is the natural law. The more in harmony and the more we are in tune with the sacred laws, the easier life becomes. Remember, your essence is eternal and endless. Practical actions. Practice daily. Takes around 30 days for something to transform into a habit. Daily, pull your negative weeds. Meditate. Plan your life around your weekly, monthly, yearly, and 5 to 10 year plans. Take a small step every day, walking towards your goals. Be generous. Practice makes perfect. The law of calibration. To understand this law, one must first understand that everything from the sun to the moon and the stars, everything changes, shifts, and transforms. Nothing is static in the universe. Everything changes. Your body is alive. Your cells are constantly going through the process of being born, living, and dying. Nothing stays the same. Your mind is constantly moving. The emotional state is constantly changing upon your different modes of emotions. We are driven by our thoughts, habits, and emotions. To recalibrate means to constantly begin to shift and transform our awareness towards the highest potential. Day by day, we begin to use all the laws and rays and begin to use them in our daily life. We begin to drop our old destructive energies and begin to use our mind, body, and soul to enhance each and every moment. Much like the metamorphosis of the butterfly, we begin to change in every level and become a human being. We merge the mind and heart and truly become a human being who drops the old destructive energies that mankind has allowed for thousands of years. Day by day, the law of recalibration allows us to transmute our old destructive energies and transform them into something we can't even imagine at this point in time. Built into our DNA lies the potential of mankind. This life is meant to be lived where we fine-tune ourselves moment to moment in all our actions. We live in a state of being in a reactive mode. It's very easy to react. It's very difficult for one to stop, ponder, and not respond in an interactive way. If someone says something you don't like, it's very easy to get super angry and burst out with words that are destructive in nature. The wise man plays life like a master chess player. Before she even speaks, he looks and ponders his move towards transmitting the situation into the highest good of all. She looks 5 steps ahead, just like a master chessman, and sees the necessary steps of action to take place. He or she is a master of life. This skill is a day-to-day learning effort. We must learn to recalibrate our daily actions from the old energies to the new. This is a spiritual person making conscious efforts in each and every moment. It takes time. It's not easy, but the journey is one small step after another. We don't leap and get there. We will stumble and fall, and yet we will learn so much along the way. We can't convert our old destructive ways of doing things and change for the better. This is built into our DNA. So much of our society is socially driven artificially. We adore our movie stars and pop stars, yet we forget how precious life is. We live so much driven by a culture that has forgotten the true values of being a human being. Can you imagine a planet of human beings who live in a state of bringing these laws and rays into fruition into each and every moment? I would say that would be heaven on earth. Built into our DNA are the codes for us to tap into. In order to achieve this day by day, we must be conscious, aware of our actions. This life is an incredible game. We haven't seen anything yet. The game of transforming life, this planet, and yourself begins with you. It always was and always be. Peace on earth will happen. It depends upon each and every human being to take conscious responsibility. It's a fun journey when one begins to consciously calibrate on a daily basis. These laws and rays are in your DNA. This is truly who you are. This is not a religion to live by. This is our true state of existence. We are truly infinite. We all shift in different ways. Each one of us will drop our own destructive energies in different ways. People who smoke will begin to see practical ways to stop smoking. They may see that in order to change something, you must replace one habit with another. They may learn how to meditate or take a walk when the urge comes up. Each one of us can learn to look at our own destructive ways and begin to shift. Awareness is the key. Our society is advertising driven. Coke and Pepsi is cool to drink. McDonald's commercials are everywhere. Did we ever see a commercial on a simple thing as a fruit and vegetable? We have lost our way. GMOs are everywhere in our food. When one begins to recalibrate, one understands that the true temple is our human body. It feels good to nurture our body. Our body constantly speaks to us, yet most of the time we ignore it or we aren't in touch with it. The key is awareness. We must be more aware than what is presented on our TV. Our movies constantly reinforce ways of being that are in the past and don't serve us any longer. What I'm trying to say is that by bringing in the reins back to yourself, you will be in total control, not some random commercial on TV. You will begin to take responsibility for your life and actions. You will take actions to be happy. You will take actions to exercise and eat good food. You begin to meditate and experience the joy inside of you. You begin to start not being reactive when people are angry around you. You begin to be aware of your body and listen to it. You begin to learn patience on a moment-to-moment level, and each and every moment you will learn how to be consciously recalibrating, adapt, and change for the better. We will stumble and fall. That's part of the game and learning process. This is truly the game of life. This is probably the most important game you will ever play because it's your life. Only you can change yourself. People can help you, but the changes begin with you. You are the main character in this game. Man will recalibrate weapons to destruction, yet man never recalibrates himself. Such is the dichotomy of man. How long will it take for man to realize that the keys to life lie within? Weapons of destruction only bring destruction, yet the key to life brings peace to the planet. The answer lies within. Only you can open the door within. The law of intuition. As a Western society, we have lost touch of our inner intuition. We place so much on external knowledge, and our lives are based externally. We have forgotten our true nature. Intuition is our sixth sense. It is part of our human nature. We can sense when something is about ready to go wrong. Have you listened to your body and it tells you to go to bed an hour earlier than usual? The body is telling you, I need more rest. Something is going on and I have to deal with it. The body will send a signal to you, except most of the time we don't tune in. Intuition is built into our very existence. A gut reaction is built in. How many times have you met someone and you had a gut reaction of be careful with this person? He may be up to something that can cause harm to you. In our day-to-day business affairs, intuition will come handy in seeing if the truth is spoken or not. The body has intelligence. Most people are afraid of ESP, but ESP is intuition. We can't perceive events that haven't happened yet. Deja vu is another form of intuition. Have you had a hunch about something? Maybe in some situation you had a hunch, if I did this, this would happen. And if I did this, this will happen. Intuition allows us to be aware of our cellular memory. Medical intuitionists have the capability to tap into a person and tell them what is going on in their body. You have the same capability, yet you turned it off. By paying attention to your body, and over time, your intuition will grow. By cutting off our intuition, we make careless mistakes in our life. We need to balance our intellect on our intuition to properly make decisions. We need both to foster true communication between each other. Intuition allows us to feel the person's point of view along with the verbal speech. Our communication is stunted without it. Fortunately, intuition is built in. Just like everything in life, the more you pay attention to something, the clearer it becomes. A clairvoyant is someone who has an incredible sense of intuition. They have developed it to a point where they can see things we can't. Intuition is a feeling, allows us to have discernment, which is highly needed in our time. So how do we develop intuition? For one, stop and relax. We are constantly doing things without really focusing in. Learn how to relax and meditate. Listen to your body. Meditation over time will allow you to develop your sixth sense. Pay attention to your stomach. Your stomach will give you proper signals like a gut reaction or a feeling. Trust these feelings. Over time, you will trust your intuition more than your conscious thought. We have relied on our external perceptions of life for so long, we have forgotten the internal. We need discernment in our life. Many people think that intuition is a waste of time because they don't know any better. Is your sight a waste of time? Is your hearing a waste of time? Intuition is a sixth sense that we have. Our world would be in a better place if we used it more. Our politicians need to develop intuition so they may come to common agreements with each other. We need discernment in our daily lives. Intuition is a doorway to the divine. How long will it take for you to understand? By looking out there and never looking within. Do you expect to find God? God is hidden in your heart. He is under your own pillow. A wise man will ponder and understand this riddle. The law of being, the rays of light. In the great mystery schools of the past and present, the depths were taught about these rays. These rays of light exist in all of creation, in the seen and unseen worlds. These rays emanate like the sun's rays. Imagine a central sun where all of creation resides. These rays are direct emanations from the central sun. This story may be true or not, yet as one gets in contact with these rays, we are like the divine farmers, cultivating our inner emotions. We all have experienced, each one of us, these rays in our daily life. Yet by being aware of them and paying more attention to each ray, over time we start to embody the quality of each ray. Imagine how incredible the world could be if, as a human race, each and every one of us becomes aware of the full potential of these rays. This would, as we know, this world as we know it would be totally transformed. Your life would totally change. You would truly be happy. You would have nothing to prove. Just smile. Yet, we have never been taught how to get in contact with these rays and cultivate our inner garden with these divine qualities. Our society is so focused externally, we have lost touch of our true existence. In reality, we are these rays. This is our true nature. Our essence is of light. We have simply forgotten. Clouds have covered our vision. We need to daily soak up these rays, just like we need to bathe in sunshine. Doesn't it feel so good to your body on a winter's day to lie in the sun and feel the warmth? It brings joy to the body and mind. Well, how about going to the source of these rays on a daily basis and soak up these divine rays? Over time, it will transform you. Through the law of silence, one can enter into a vast field of existence where these divine rays lie. They are everywhere, but through meditation and contemplation, one's mind becomes like a radio and it can tune in to these incredible channels. It's like taking a shower, but instead of water each day, each ray has a divine quality to it. So imagine, in a little bit, we will talk about the ray of patience. How would you like to bathe in patience? How would you like to swim in patience? By immersing yourself in these rays over time, you become those rays, and in fact, that is your true nature. A sun worshiper lies on top of their blanket, soaking up the precious rays of the sun. The wise man goes inside and soaks up the internal rays of the central sun hidden inside. Inside this place lies the key of wonder. Your true nature resides inside. Open up your door within and soak these precious rays, your life will change for the better. The law of creation. 4 worlds of creation. What I really like about the Kabbalah is that it is quite practical. It describes the laws of creation in very simple terms. The whole universe contains the step-by-step process. Suppose you woke up one morning and an idea popped into your head. I would like to build a house for my family. This is the idea. From that idea, you begin to think about it and dream about your house. This is the thought. From your thought, you begin to plan. How are you going to build your house? Where do I get a loan? You hire an architect. The architect designs a plan exactly, putting down in a drawing your house. Every room contains exact specifications and dimensions. It is a blueprint that the builder will use to build your house. Finally, the builders come and they build a house in a few months. Now, according to the Kabbalah, each phase, the idea, the thought, the plan, and the action is a whole different world. Yet each world builds on the previous world, or ultimately, you will have your house built. But what would happen if you had an idea but stopped there? Would you have your house today? No, you would not. Would you have your house if you just daydreamed about it? It would be in your mind, but you and your family couldn't live in it. Imagine now that you paid an architect $5,000 and he gave you an incredible blueprint and set of plans. Would you have your house? Only on paper. Once you define your blueprints, then and only then can you build a house. Each step is extremely necessary and vital to your creation. This is how the laws of creation work. The Kabbalist understands these precious laws. How many times do we pray, but we never put any action into proving our life? We have to get off our butt and understand that these precious laws must be put into practice. This makes the Kabbalah an extremely practical path. Whether you are pursuing a degree in college or wanting to go to an exotic place for your next vacation, these simple laws must be taken step by step. You can dream of going to Hawaii or Fiji in your mind, but unless you actually take a plane there, your dream won't be fulfilled. Most people never plan out their lives. They kind of live moment by moment. But can you imagine how your life would change if you had a daily plan, a monthly plan, a year plan, a 5-year plan, and a 10-year plan? This is where your life totally changes. Most Fortune 500 companies and the brains behind them have these kind of plans. How come the majority of people don't? We were never taught. If you take just this piece of advice from this book, your life will totally change. Understand that many people who are extremely successful understand this and follow these laws of creation. Everything from the sun being created in the star to the credit to the stars in the sky to a baby being born goes through this process of creation. By doing this, these simple things, your life will be empowered. You were given the right to create your life in harmony with the universe. By following these simple steps, you are on the road to living a better life. So my suggestion to you is to take a look at where you are now and put on paper exactly what you want and make the necessary plans. Develop the plan for the day, month, year, 5-year, and 10-year. Look at all areas of your life, such as your career, your romantic life, improving your emotional life, your spiritual life, your communication with others, your family and your friends. Look at every nook and cranny of your life and make a plan. Then each and every day, put your plan into action. Imagine if I had the idea to write this book, but I never took action. You would have never read this book. This is where most people stop. They go through the entire process of creation, and yet they stop at the point of action. No wonder we are where we are. We must take action. The law of manifestation. Now let's get a little deeper and talk about the universal law of manifestation. These are universal laws which unfortunately mankind has not been aware of yet. They have been studied and applied by the ancient and wise ones. As we talked earlier, modern day science understands that our entire life is an orchestra by the unconscious mind. Our external life is a direct reflection of our unconscious beliefs. In order to change, we must reprogram our negative unconscious thought patterns. These thought patterns are pieces of code, or speaking as a computer program, bugs in our source code of life. The human being has been hardwired directly to access the greatest computer in the universe, our unconscious mind. You're literally having in your own hands the power of the whole universe inside of you. You can literally change your life. You can literally learn how to reprogram your life. I've been a software engineer for over 25 years, and every program you design will have some sort of bugs. Yet, you don't get frustrated and confused. For every bug, you learn how to reprogram it so there's no longer a bug. After a period of time testing out the program, it is ready for production. I remember building a dome automation program for the observatory in Maui. When I first started working there in the early 1990s, they would have a person in the middle of winter on a high mountain wearing a snowsuit. This person would hold in his hand a device which would control the dome openings to be in alignment where the telescope was pointing in the sky. In other words, you didn't want the telescope to point out to a place where the dome was blocking its view. Anyway, to make a long story short, I was brought all along with someone else to automate the whole process. What I absolutely love about developing the software is you start out with nothing. From nothing, over time and effort, a computer program is developed. The software engineer is the creator of the program. In the past 25 years, I developed programs for the military, city hall, police department, insurance industry, brokerage firms, and many others. You are probably thinking, what does this have to do with my life? I'm not a software engineer. I don't like computers. Yet just stop and think for a moment. When you were born, you started out with nothing. You were pure and innocent. You had a clean slate. Yet, as we start to grow, we began to program ourselves and get conditioned by the world. The world around us started to program our subconscious mind. Over time, we developed attitudes and attained certain kinds of conditions that did not meet our true purpose. Instead of learning at a young age that we are our own software designers, we have forgotten that we have any say in the matter. This is called a reactive being. We're constantly reacting to circumstances in our life. We are never quite peaceful. We are always a little on edge. We feel that our life may be totally out of control, or maybe you follow the social conventions to a T, yet your life is boring. So consequently, over time, we lose touch of the capabilities to learn how to program your life. We are like a broken record repeating the same thing over and over. We spend millions of dollars on drugs and millions of dollars going to the various kinds of doctors, yet we've forgotten how we have the power to change ourselves. We have all the solutions inside of us. For thousands of years, the Kabbalists have understood these basic principles. They have learned and have been trained to change the unconscious mind. They understand that the mind is infinite and has infinite possibilities and infinite gifts. As human beings, we are just skimming the surface of understanding of the mind. The mind is the power. Conquer the mind and you will conquer the power. This is not a power where you can control others and fight among people who don't have the same views you have. This is the power of infinite love, mercy, compassion, forgiveness, tolerance, patience, and happiness. In order to conquer your mind, you must cultivate these divine qualities. The more you cultivate these qualities, the more you will bring forth greater and greater manifestations in your life. Remember that God wants you to be happy. God wants you to be healthy. God wants you to be prosperous. God wants you to succeed. God wants you to be enlightened. The human mind can change. Now is the time to hold your reins and start to follow these basic laws. The Kabbalist has known these secrets for thousands of years. You were meant to be a co-creator. Now's the time to accept the truth of the universal laws. The law of prayer, the law of gratitude, the law of devotion. Most people agree that there is something greater than them that created everything, that keeps everything alive. Some essence, creator, whether you call it God, Allah, existence, or however you chose to see this in your life. The law of prayer allows one to establish a direct phone conversation with this creator. In this state, you primarily talk and they listen. Prayer has been used as such an incredible tool for time immemorial. How can one talk about the glorious connection between ourselves and the heavenly realms? The more one prays and the more we put into practice this sacred wisdom, the more the law of prayer becomes a part of your life. Your life becomes a sacred prayer. In this state, one desires for the love, compassion, happiness for every living being. One's heart is open and begins to pray for all life, for all beings to truly be happy and cared for. Each and every moment is a precious prayer. This is a state of awareness. Praying keeps one humble and focused on the path. It keeps us simple. By praying, it puts us into our childlike innocence of life. We see through the eyes of a child. We become innocent and pure. This is the power of prayer. Miracles do happen all the time. I have seen hundreds of prayers being answered, especially when a group has focused on a certain person or event. Our thoughts of kindness and helping out are carried throughout the world. Kindness is truly the answer on this planet. We all pray in different ways and in different manners, but it's all the same. It's time for us to see that everyone on this planet wants to be happy. Everyone wants a family, a home, and food on the table. Nobody truly wants to fight and experience pain. It's time for us to put down our arms and embrace our fellow man. This time is now. I know I'm not alone in this. There are millions of people just like you and me praying for peace on earth. It will happen, no doubt about it. Each and every day, we're helping the world through our prayers and our daily practice. Each religion prays in a different way, but the essence is the same. We all want heaven on earth. We all want this world to truly live in peace. The law of prayer is a way to directly change the course of events in our own personal life and the world around us, but also the world at large. By our thinking and our convictions through prayer, we can change this world. Over time, we began to see that through action and going through the 4 worlds of creation, our prayers are being answered. We can literally change this world step by step, day by day, year by year. We can influence the leaders all around the world by praying for peace, by praying that they may understand that peace is the way, peace is the solution, peace is what the world needs. How incredible through the internet the prayers of peace are broadcast around the world. Prayer is the means to communicate what we need, and the power of silence will answer our prayers. We are all so precious. There was a time I didn't see the importance of prayer. I really didn't see the value of it. I wasn't brought up in that environment. But over time, I started to learn how to meditate. I began to see what a golden opportunity we have. The law of prayer allows us through words to express ourselves to our Divine Mother and Father. It is a precious communication to talk directly to the source of life and express gratitude. For those who are suffering, it brings comfort to ourselves, knowing that someone truly cares for us and wants us to be happy and content. Our prayers truly do get answered, but at times we don't understand. Every day I wake up to thank my Creator for giving me another day to experience life to its fullest. The law of prayer has empowered my life and made me much more compassionate and caring on a day-to-day level. I am grateful to be alive. The more I pray, I realize that the entire creation prays on some deep level. There will never be a time when one stops praying. Even the angels and archangels pray. The law of prayer exists in all life. Life is grateful to be alive. Prayer is part of nature. Nature always is evolving and learning. Nature prays to the Creator for the ever unfolding and discovery of life. This process has been unfolding forever. The world will be in a better place if every day we stop even for a moment to pray and cultivate kindness and love for one another. Each of us prays on our own individual ways. Let's honor all religions and traditions. It is time to see the diversity of all life and see that what your neighbor is praying for is probably the same. Our nations around the world pray for peace. Let's bring a unified state of awareness on this planet that peace is the way. The law of prayer and the law of manifest destiny must work together in order to have most of your prayers answered. In praying, you ask for something to the divine. In order for it to manifest, the law of manifest destiny must be fulfilled. This is why it's extremely important to understand these sacred laws. Only by changing your subconscious mind and performing right actions can your prayers be fulfilled. Prayers aren't like rubbing a bottle and a genie will appear. You must ask and then go through the process of idea, thought plan, and action to make your prayers come true. It's a day-by-day process of refining yourself to these sacred laws. Most people complain that their prayers don't come true, yet what they've done to help them succeed. There's a process that must take place. By waiting around for a prayer to be answered will never help matters. You must have the conviction to ask and then make the appropriate actions in your life by following the law of manifestation. If you are praying for help for yourself or someone else, then take steps to assist in the healing. An angel may show up to assist in a miraculous healing of someone. Another may manifest the perfect doctor to help them heal. Also pray for those who are helping with the healing process, including the doctors or surgeons, to receive the greatest guidance and to have the surest hands for healing. If you want and pray for world peace, then turn your life around and make a peace reality in your life. We must have peace in our own hearts and our own lives in order to spread it outward to others. Live your life in a day-to-day manner when you spread peace and kindness throughout your daily life. As the Dalai Lama said, kindness is my religion. As each and every one of us took this responsibility personally and not waited for our political institutions to develop a plan for world peace, we would have greater world peace. Peace has to come from within. Peace in experience, which must be cultivated. Peace is infinite. So I hope that you have a better understanding of the law of prayer and how you need to take proper actions. When I was a child, I never learned this. I never learned this in Sunday school. I was taught to pray, but I never knew how the law of prayer operated. Most of our prayers don't manifest because we don't know these sacred laws. No wonder people have a tendency to give up. So much of the time we pray and nothing happens. Well, now's the time to utilize these laws in your life for your own betterment and the world around you. It truly is the time to transform yourself. You don't have to believe in God to change. These are natural laws which exist between time and space in the seen and unseen worlds. A person doesn't have to follow a certain religion for these laws are beyond our religion. This is the building blocks of life. Hopefully, this gives you a greater understanding of the law of prayer. Barbara. As a child, Barbara was raised in a family environment steeped in religion and prayer. My grandmother would go to a church at least once or twice a day and pray the rosary every night. Seeing her devotion from an early age, I also learned to have my own direct devotional connection with God. When I pray sincerely, intently, and humbly, I would feel the sense of peace and love come over me. I assumed it was God. Devotion became a way of life for me. Somewhere along the way, I discovered that one could actually think your whole life as a prayer of gratitude. You can allow yourself to see the beauty in life. Even taking a walk in nature, you can allow yourself to see the magnificent diversity and variety of life and be grateful to the Creator of life for such beauty. Prayer can become as simple as being thankful for every breath you breathe. Practical actions. Pray every day. It doesn't matter if you believe in God or not. Your subconscious mind will pick it up. Praying allows you to go to the next level in the video game of life. Remember, through prayer, you pray and God listens. Meditate daily. In this silent, God talks while you listen. Remember, when you pray, you must take action. Check out the law of manifestation again. Daily, take out the negative weeds that are growing. Forgive yourself and all others. Pray that you truly are a piece of the puzzle. You want the very best for yourself and the world. Pray daily for those who need help in any way. We are on the same boat of life. Put your prayers into action. Always give gratitude. Be thankful for what you have and receive. Count your blessings. Pray for guidance every day. May the wicked become good. May the good obtain peace. May the peaceful be free from bonds. May the free set others free. Prayer of a Bodhisattva. What is the purpose of life? Is it to eat, drink, and be merry? There's nothing wrong with that. But what is the purpose? Does life have meaning? Or do we just live a 9-to-5 existence? Does life only begin and end on the weekends? Do we work just to make money? Can money buy happiness? Are we lost or are we found? Is life an event? Or do we just live in a random cycle of events? The wise man says, first understand what life is, and then you will understand everything.
Hatha Yoga. I'm sure that many football players roll their eyes when you mention the word yoga. It has the connotation of some presupposition. Yet, I have a few questions to ask. How flexible are you? Did you know many injuries occur when the body is not flexible enough? How is your balance? In less than a second, your opponent can knock you off balance. Can you recover in time? Are you aware of the mind-body connection? If not, you're more likely to get injured. Do you mostly breathe through your mouth or nose? Did you know that in India, breathing through your mouth is called the breath of death? John Gilliard has been at the forefront of this since the 80s. Many professional athletes have used his system. It includes proper yoga and breathing. Another reason to embrace proper nasal breathing, it can enhance your workout. This is what John has to say. To experience the zone in training is our birthright and is within the design of our human nervous system to access it. To push ourselves to exhaustion when we have the capability to allow effortless, perfect performance to flow naturally from the inside out seems somewhat primitive and a waste of time. I have never heard of a peak experience that was described as painful, grueling, or exhausting. Rather, the descriptions have always fit the original definition of exercise: regenerating, stress relieving, and accessing full human potential. Personally, the concept of no gain, no pain, no gain is obsolete. Here's an article about Alexander Popov. On the final night of competition in the 2003 World Aquatics Championships in Barcelona, Alex Popov mounted the block for what would be his final major championship swing. When the 30-year-old Russian sprinter had already done it all in the sports. He won back-to-back Olympic gold medals in the 50 and 100-meter freestyle in 1992 and 1996. The only swimmer to accomplish the feat. He broke the world's records in both events while repeatedly swatting away up-and-comers to the sprint events for well over a decade. When Popov dove in on July 26, 2003, and exploded to the surface on his way to gold in the 50-meter freestyle, he did so with his trademark precision and grace. Champion swimmers make the sport look easy, and Popov somehow made it look even easier. He just took 31 strokes in a brief no cap and from an old school start to smash the world record in the 50-millimeter freestyle in 2000 in a time of 21:64. Popov's efficiency was developed with a relentless focus on technique and training. Under the watchful eye of his longtime coach, Gennady Tartarsky, Popov would regularly swim 5,000 meters straight freestyle. Tartarsky avoided doing drills in practice, placing an emphasis on swimming slow, but with excellent form and target stroke weights at all times. Popov's stroke didn't change from training to competition. The same effortless-looking technique he used on race day was the same balanced, high elbow catch that he brought to practice every day. There was no distinction. There wasn't practice swimming or competitive swimming. There was only one stroke. The effects of all these meters with perfect technique and practice was that by the time Popov got up on the block, he didn't need to think about what he wanted to do. He didn't need to worry about his stroke collapsing or choking or planning how he wanted to feel in the water. It was just a matter of diving into the water and let his body do what he had done a million times in training. Popov's habitual technical excellence was such that he could regularly swim at world record settings pace in training. Literally, story goes that a pre-Olympic training camp in Colorado Springs, Popov got up on the blocks for a surprise get-up 50-meter effort. The coaches in attendance, including USC's David Soul, who later talked about the occurrence, clocked Popov at a stopwatch at a time that was 0.10 seconds below the existing world record. Popov trained the way he raced, and he raced the way he trained. How many swimmers can do the same?
Closing. Well, this is the end of this journey for this book. I hope you enjoyed it. There's a lot to take in. Take your time. The main goal, I hope, is that you will take small baby steps and ponder over this material. These hacks have changed my life forever. It is the difference between night and day. Mind you, we're not trying to convince you or say this is the only way. There are many different roads on this journey of life.